Interesting things to look forward to, including an Intercontinental Championship match. Chad Gable taking on the Ring General Gunther. So there we go. So we should find out what we got. An Intercontinental Championship match. We've got we're going to find out what Shinsuke said to Seth. We've also got a match between New Day and Drew McIntyre and Riddle. So we've got that tag match as well. So there's a few things tonight, and obviously we've got Judgment Day. We've always got Judgment Day. We can't avoid Judgment Day. I'm sure they'll be all over this show. And there's a big rumor about them, actually. The belief at the moment is that we could be seeing Damian Priest leave Judgment Day. Don't know when, but that seems to be the word on the street. It seems to be more likely that Damian is leaving rather than Finn leaving. Not confirmed, but that's the word on the street. So, yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on in wrestling at the moment. And it's the start of another week. Hopefully, a better week, to be honest, because last week I didn't think the shows were all that great. Kind of felt like we were in a bit of a lull, a bit of a dip, a little bit of a snooze. It's kind of like wrestling took last week off a little bit. There were still some decent bits. Of course, you're always going to get something. But by and large, it sort of felt like it was a bit of an off week. So certainly hoping for something a little bit juicier tonight. Elizabeth said, I shout something out of God humor. Paul Heyman was backstage doing an interview. Elizabeth, hello. Hope you are well. Days, good to see you. Anna, hello. Good to see you. Trini, hello. WWE fans said Judgment Day is boring. My first time watching this series, says Jaxamilius. Clothesline. Jaxamilius, shout out to you, buds. Rick, hello. Grizz said, hearing rumors of Rhea possibly leaving Judgment Day as well. Daz said, are you doing predictions for All In? No, I don't have any plans to do that. We are doing All In, but I don't have any plans to sit down and do a prediction video for it. I am looking at content on the channel. So there was a video that dropped yesterday that I really love, and appreciate everyone that checked it out. It was a review of Royal Rumble 2003, which is a bit random, but I'm starting to try and find shows that have got something interesting about them, something that we can talk. I don't want to just review any show for the sake of it. And I think Royal Rumble 2003 is really interesting because it's the Triple H Scott Steiner match, and it's the one where Scott's got drop foot syndrome, and so he hasn't really wrestled many singles matches since WCW had closed. He's now competing in for the title, world title in WWE around this time. They just brought him in. And, everyone thought this was going to be a big push, a big, title push, title run, maybe. And it all just falls apart. It's part of Triple H's reign of terror. And their match is regarded as either the worst or one of the worst world title matches in WWE history. And so we look into the show. It only takes 3 minutes. I do it all in 3 minutes. And we look at the show and we talk about why the match was bad, how it was received, who said what, and we have a little look at some of the action and everything. So I like that series. I want to do another one, but the next one I want to do is also going to have something interesting about. I don't want to just do, let's do SummerSlam 93. Let's do SummerSlam 94. I'm sure we can find stuff that's interesting about those shows to talk about, but I would much rather target specific shows that have got something juicy to get our teeth into. So yeah, really enjoyed that yesterday. So I'm gonna keep looking at content on the channel and new things that we can bring in, and so yeah, I'm going to be doing that. So predictions for All In are not on the agenda at the moment. Days, hope you are well. Looking forward to Raw. Sorry to see England lose, said Stephen. Always on the card. Spain better. Rugby World Cup next. Kieran said, did you hear John Cena will be at SmackDown on September 1st? I heard that John Cena was coming back. Apparently, I mean, I couldn't have told you it was the SmackDown September 1st, so appreciate the info. I heard that he was coming back. I heard that apparently he's involved in the Indian house show. There's an Indian house show which is called Superstar Spectacle. I think that's what it was called when they did it last time. It wasn't a house show last time, though. It was like a network special. That was a few years ago now. I believe it was during the Thunderdome era when there was no crowd. It was just TV screens. And they did an Indian show that was really good, actually, because it had one side of the matches was established names like AJ and Finn and Charlotte. And then the other side were like these unknown, emerging Indian wrestling talents. I loved it. I mean, I can't say that there was like a 5-star match on there, but some of the action was pretty good. But it's just really interesting. I mean, you had like Bhangra dancers and everything. Like they really came across with a very strong like Indian flavor, you know. I say that about Raw and SmackDown. When we go to these different states, I wish that it felt like we were in a different state. I wish like it just didn't feel like we were in the same building week after week after week after week for Raw, SmackDown. It's just generic Arena 2.0, a generic Arena 2.1, generic. It just feels like the same place. But I thought they did a good job with Superstar Spectacle. And they had like it had a little bit of an Indian vibe. And as we said, we had like, I'm sure they were like Bhangra dancers. And I remember like they got guys playing on the drums and everything. I really liked it. And I'd like to see them do more of that. I'd like to see, let's get some of the established roster to go up against the emerging British talent. And let's do it in Australia. And let's do it in Mexico. And let's do it in Africa. And let's do it in, I don't know, China and Japan, and let's go around the world and try and find that great talent that's out there and put on like a really interesting little cards. I wish there was more network specials. I think the network is underutilized, considering they've got a platform where they can put anything on at any time they want, you know? If they wanted to do like a documentary on someone, they could just chuck it on the network. If they wanted to do like a little extra show, they could just chuck it on the network. But because they've sold the network to Peacock for $1 billion and they've already got the money, they don't need to do that. And unfortunately, we're the ones that are missing out. I really feel, I mean, like that sale to Peacock was good for WWE because it made them $1 billion, but it wasn't great for us because we now get less of that type of content. You know, we used to get like Edge and Christian show, totally reeks of awesomeness. And we used to get like Camp WWE. And do you remember that Swerved show, which was a bit like Jackass, or it was kind of like they were pranking the public, they were pranking other wrestlers, they were setting up like traps, and it was all like stunts and whatever. And that was all involving WWE superstars. If you've never seen that, I think there's 2 seasons of it. It's good. I enjoyed it. It's called Swerved. So we were getting that. We were getting an Edge and Christian show. We were getting a cartoon called Camp WWE. We were getting Holy Foley. We were getting more regular Stone Cold podcast episodes. We were getting Table for 3. We were getting Ride Along or Drive Along, whatever it was called, where they were in the car. Where's all this gone? We don't get any of this now that they've sold it for $1 billion. So, yeah, we did get that Superstar Spectacle as like a little network special. And do you remember Beast in the East? Beast in the East? I mean, that wasn't a pay-per-view. That was just them going over to Japan, doing a house show and televising it. They had Brock on the card, and so they called it Beast in the East. It was only about like 5 matches, if that. And quite short little thing, couple of hours. Fun though. Brock destroying Kofi Kingston. We also had Finn Balor against Kevin Owens for the NXT titles back in 2015. This was, but we don't get any of that now. Sucks. But yeah, I heard John Cena was going to be coming back and he was going to be a part of that Indian house show. Not that we can see it though. Do you think Carlito will return to SmackDown? Well, there was rumors that Carlito was back with WWE, wasn't there? There was reports that he was looking like he was going to sign full time. I don't know if he did sign or what the situation is there. But yeah, I've got to say, I am expecting to see him again. The rumors and the reports were that he was coming back and looked like he was going to be joining up with the roster. So I think a lot of people were expecting him to join the LWO. And I don't know. I mean, we've got Ray as the United States champion, and Santos is all right with it. I do wonder if we could do a little something there with Ray and Santos. I mean, Ray against Santos, like that's a match that I could totally see happening in the near future. I could see a falling out there, and I don't know, maybe we've even started planting those seeds now. And if you are going to bring in Carlito, then does Santos replace Ray with Carlito? Does he replace one legend with another legend? And then Ray finds himself out of that group and obviously in need of another storyline then. Or maybe he has to start a rival faction or something. Bring up Axiom and... I don't know, Nathan Frazier or whoever, and maybe we do Dragon Lee, of course, and maybe we do something along those lines. Don't know. I can see Carlito coming in though. Kian said, "Hope you are well. Do you think that tag team between Drew and Riddle is teasing the return of Randy?" No. I can't say that I see it as the return of Randy unless this is a long road. If this is a long road and Randy's coming back, like, I don't know, later in the year, like November Survivor Series time, and we're starting to plant the seeds now and it's going to go that far, but I don't know if this is that big of a deal at the moment. I mean, it could be. We could be sat here in like 3-4 months time and they could still be a team. But equally, I think there's just as much chance that we've put these two together because we just don't have anything else for them at the moment, you know? It could be that, like, we just don't need Drew around the title. He's already had his shot at the Intercontinental. So you sort of go, well, what else can we do with him? And Riddle is someone that I think is... We've tried him on his own, and I just don't think he's as good on his own now. I mean, he was a singles wrestler for a long time. But I think that he, with his personality, performs better when he's in a tag team because of the fact that he's a bit ditzy, he's a bit airy-fairy. He comes out with these like weird lines, these weird things, and you sort of need someone to bounce off with that. You could do it with the interviewer. So he could come out and be like, you know, I was thinking about this thing, and wouldn't it be cool if this happens, and blah, 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 doing his talking. And then you could just cut and like Byron's just like stunned trying to keep up with what Riddle's saying, just like. But I feel like you do need that straight person. You do need that normal person, if you will, that's gonna just be confused by what Riddle's saying, for him to bounce off. And I think Randy was perfect for that. Randy was so good at that. Randy was, you know, Randy's no nonsense, isn't he? Randy is no nonsense. You know, if he gets a bit bored, he's just going to RKO you. And like him having to like listen to this waffle out of Riddle, I think made RK Bro very entertaining. The problem I would say with RK Bro is I definitely think that they started to decline in regards to they got a bit samey. It's the same problem that you see all the time. Like it's good at the start, and then WWE just do it again and again and again and again. You see it again and again and again, and things just look at New Day. We've said before, how desperate are they for like a refresh? Desperate for a refresh. I feel like there's quite a few teams and quite a few people that are like desperate for a refresh. That'd be good, actually. That would be a good idea. Teams or people in need of a refresh. Because I could make the argument that there's quite a few that are in need of a refresh on the roster at the moment. And I think that RK Bro will get in there for me. So I can't say that this is setting up for Randy's return. I don't think, I don't think everything that happens is being set up for returns or whatever. I think it's more likely that it's just, what do we do with them? I mean, what do we do with them? What do we do with Drew? We don't need him around the title because we got Shinsuke around the title right now. And before that, it was Judgment Day, so there was no room for Drew up there. We don't need him around the Intercontinental because he's just had a shot at it. In fact, he's had a couple of shots at it if you include the WrestleMania triple threat, and he didn't get it, so don't need him up there around that. And so all of a sudden he could either get into a feud away from the title, which who knows, maybe this is going to be that feud. I would say that this is more likely that what we're doing is we're going to have him get frustrated with Riddle, turn on Riddle, and then maybe this leads to like a bit of a feud between the two. Because I was expecting a heel Drew. I was expecting a heel Drew, and that's not what we've got. So I was expecting a heel Drew. We haven't got a heel Drew, but maybe we'll see a heel Drew. So a few thoughts. Danger Wings said apparently Shinsuke has an interesting secret for tonight. I think what that is the whisper from last week. So he went up to Seth and he whispered something in his ear, and we don't quite know what it is that he whispered. So I think we're going to find out tonight. I think he'll reveal tonight. I was thinking this, though. WWE has got so many interviewers and backstage personnel, and not one of them in the space of 7 days have been able to ask Shinsuke or ask Seth, what did you say? And get an answer. Like, what are we paying these people for? What are we paying them for? These backstage interviewers and we've got like announcers and presenters and commentators. You hear all the time commentators saying that they were chatting to such and such. I asked them about this. No one's managed to get an answer from either Seth or Shinsuke as to what was said in that ring in 7 days. I mean, couldn't Becky have found out? I'm pretty sure Seth would have told Becky. Couldn't we have asked Becky? Maybe Becky knows. So I think it's that. I think tonight we find out what was said. Peter said, what's your opinion on NXT getting old school pay-per-views like Battleground, No Mercy, Halloween Havoc, Great American Bash? I haven't really got much of an opinion, to be honest. If I'm going to be brutally honest, I would probably say I'd rather they didn't, because I just think that they are using it as a way of making those events seem bigger than they are. And I think it's a little bit of a trick, right? Not enough for me to care, right? I'm not bothered. But if you was gonna, as you have, ask me what do you think about it? Well, what I think about it is, I think that it was great when we had takeovers. I mean, who had a problem with takeovers? Like NXT takeover New York, NXT takeover Brooklyn, NXT, the takeovers were perfect. They were fine. And it was NXT's own brand, and it had it was fine. But then I think what's happened is that we've now looked at going with things like In Your House, and going with things like, as you say, Halloween Havoc and whatever. And that being advertised, like, have you seen WWE are bringing back Payback? I mean, in all fairness, No Mercy. In all fairness, that got some press coverage. Like, people were reporting on that, like, No Mercy's coming back. Did you hear that No Mercy's coming back? All it is an NXT pay-per-view show. I mean, it's basically like TakeOver 51 or whatever number we're up to now. So it feels to me like it's a marketing thing where we're just trying to use these old pay-per-views, not really for any purpose other than it's gonna grab a few people's attention that remember them from back in the day. So if you're an old school wrestling fan and you remember, and it worked on me, in all fairness. It worked with In Your House. I love In Your House because I grew up with In Your House. And In Your House was a weird pay-per-view because you had several every year. You didn't just have one a year. you would get your Royal Rumble, and then you'd have In Your House whatever, and then you'd have In Your House whatever, and then you'd have WrestleMania, and then you'd have In Your House whatever, In Your House whatever. They started to get known by their subtitles, really, rather than In Your House blah blah blah. It was like, you know, Revenge of Taker, or, you know, those kind of names, but it was still In Your House. And so to have that come back, I was like, oh, this is cool. It's cool, man. I love In Your House. Giving me those 95 vibes. And what I will say is that one in particular, I thought they did a fantastic job of theming. The theming of that, like they brought in Todd Pettingale, and who was an old presenter, and they had like the old retro graphics from like the new generation. It all felt very new generation. And I really enjoyed that. So as much as I can sit here and say, I think it's marketing, I think that they're just doing it because they can get free press coverage. If you call it TakeOver 51, it ain't going to get as much attention as if you call it No Mercy. Because obviously everyone remembers the No Mercy pay-per-views, and they've got maybe a favorite match or favorite moment. Or they remember buying the pay-per-view and sitting down and watching it with friends. It conjures up that nostalgia, doesn't it? Right? But at the end of the day, it's still just an NXT pay-per-view. So I think if No Mercy, I think if you're gonna just call it that, and like you're not gonna really go that little extra step, then I'm not massively into it. I'd rather we were using the TakeOver name, to be honest. But as I said, if you are going to go that extra step, if you are going to make it all like themed, like they did with In Your House, then I can get on board with that. If you had one person return, who would it be? Says Bert Brawl. If I could have one person return, I would have CM Punk return. I'd have CM Punk return. I think that CM Punk against Seth Rollins, CM Punk against Roman, CM Punk against Cody. I mean, like the different matchups that you can have. I mean, I don't think I'm not bothered about, you know, Matt Cardona or Brian Myers or... I mean, I'd take AJ Lee, but she's been out the ring so long now that I don't even know if that would be worth it, because she could come in and just look off. That one might be best just left with the memories, you know. I like Saraya, but again, you're not getting Paige, are you? In my mind, I'm still seeing that, 19, 20-year-old girl with the world at her feet, so much excitement, you know, winning the Divas title on the Raw after WrestleMania. I still see that girl, and that girl's not really around anymore. Now it's Saraya, a woman who is, you know, got her struggles really when it comes to being able to compete in the ring now. But she is, I really like her. You know, I've got a lot of respect for her. It's not like nothing against her. But I couldn't sit here and say I'd rather have her back. And who else is there? Who else is there? I mean, I don't really think that there's many big names out there that we could go and get. I mean, you could go and get an Aleister Black. You know, you could go and get him if you think that we could do something with him. You go and get Miro, Rusev with Lana. Maybe some people would like to see him come back. That'd be all right. I think Rusev was seen as being very underutilized when he was in WWE. So I think there would be some affection for a Rusev return. Maybe some would like to see Andrade so he could partner up with Charlotte. Maybe I'd like to see Billie Kay, in all fairness. Billie Kay has got to be very high on that list. I love the Iconics. I love Billie Kay in particular. I thought she was so funny. Although, what I will say is I do think that Chelsea Green scratches that Billie Kay itch for me. So I want, and dare I say, even need a funny, entertaining female in WWE, because I think there's a need for that. And I don't think really we've got too many women that can be that funny. I think Bayley does a decent job sometimes. I think Bailey can be very entertaining, but I think there's a need for a Billy Kay type character. And I think Chelsea Green's killing it in that role at the moment. So I'm going to go CM Punk's a bit obvious, but sometimes the obvious ones are the right ones. CM Punk against Gunther, said Ryan. Yeah, good shout. Unpopular opinion, Edge should retire in WWE rather than take a chance in AEW and possibly ruin his legacy. I don't think that's unpopular. I've said before, I don't think he's going to AEW. I still don't. The news is that people in AEW think that there's a chance he might sign with them. And of course they do. I keep making this same point. Of course they do. If I was in AEW, I would be telling everyone I think there's a chance he can sign with us because he's a big star. And for AEW to be associated with him, right? It's not like they can't get stars of that size. They've got Bryan Danielson. They've got Jon Moxley. They've got Chris Jericho. They've got Kenny Omega. They've got CM Punk. You know, an Edge, it's not like it's out the realms of possibility, but it's still good for AEW to be linked and associated with stars of that caliber. So if I work for if I work for AEW, if I was Tony Khan, I would actively tell people to mention Edge and link us with Edge and get the hype going around Edge, because even if nothing comes of it, we've got all this free press as a result. We've got all this free press, free promotion. It's super easy to just get people to talk about AEW. If you're AEW, and I think this is something that hardcore WWE fans, I think they've really fallen in this trap, right? I think if you look at, because we know there's two tribes, yeah? You got your hardcore, well, 3 tribes really. 4 tribes. It's actually 4. You've got your WWE fans. You got your AEW fans. And they don't watch the other brand. They hate each other, yeah? Like cats and dogs hate each other. Then you've got a third one, which is people that will watch both, right? And then there is a fourth one, and that's people that don't watch either and don't like wrestling or haven't even given it a chance. So we've got 4 tribes. I would say forget the last 2. Let's just look at WWE hardcores that only watch WWE and AEW hardcores that only watch AEW. I think the WWE hardcores have fallen into a trap. A trap, I tell you. Because what is the one thing AEW needs? It needs viewers, but one of the ways that you get viewers is by being spoken about. You ain't going to get viewers if no one's talking about you. If there's no buzz around you, no hype around you, you know, I mean, there's plenty of wrestling promotions out there that no one's talking about. There's no hype around them, and that affects their viewership, right? But if you're being spoken about, then that is going to obviously reflect in the viewership, because people will tune in to see you are part of the conversation. People tune in to watch AEW just because Jim Cornette talks about AEW, because I genuinely believe people tune in to watch it to see what Jim Cornette is going to say about it. So they watch the show, they see things they don't like about it, and you see it in the chat all the time. I can't wait to see what Cornette says about this. I can't wait to see what Cornette says. Cornette is definitely got people watching AEW just so that they can then go and check out his reaction to what went down on the show. And that is because he talks about them. I reckon if Jim Cornette stopped talking about AEW, first of all, his show would take a hit, right? Because I think that's a large part of the appeal, is people love hearing him moan and kick off about AEW, right? So if he was to stop doing that and focus on, like, because you can't tell me if he stopped talking about AEW and instead spoke about Smoky Mountain Wrestling, you can't tell me that that's going to be a good thing for his views. You can't tell me that's going to be a good thing for his engagement. Like, people want to talk about the current product. They want to talk about what's going on now. And, you know, Smoky Mountain only had a very limited fan base. You know, how many of us watched Smoky Mountain Wrestling? I didn't. I don't mind listening to the odd story, but, you know, it's in his interest to talk about the current product. So, like, if he was to stop talking about AEW, then I think that AEW would definitely see a decline. It wouldn't increase. It wouldn't go up. Their viewership wouldn't go up. It would only go down. Because I think you do have people that just tune in just so that they can then hear what Jim's got to say about it. And then, you know, so the trap that I think WWE fans have fallen in is that they talk about AEW. They talk about what's happening. They're a disgrace. You know, at the moment, there's a big conversation about WrestleMania ticket sales compared to AEW All-In ticket sales. That's brilliant for AEW. That's brilliant for them. That's brilliant because that is just keeping them in the news. It's keeping them trending. It's keeping them in the conversation. So anything like this, anything that can keep the conversation on AEW is in AEW's benefit. Doesn't even matter if it's bad news, really. As long as it's not something that's going to repulse people and really turn them away. If it's just like negative reviews or whatever, it still doesn't really matter because the vast majority of people will want to check the product out themselves and go by their own eyes rather than just listen to what someone said and then just go off that, right? So it'll be like even the negative reviews, because who's been more negative than Jim Cornette, right? Who's been more negative than him? He's been down on pretty much every episode they've done, but it's not stopped AEW from still achieving, like, you know, great numbers. Could you make the argument they'd be even bigger than they are? Sure, if you want to, but I still would counter by saying I think if Jim stopped talking about them, I think their ratings would go down. I think their ratings will go down. I genuinely believe because of the size of his platform, and he's got a big platform, he says on a regular basis there's more people that listen to him through the various channels than watch Dynamite. I can believe it as well. If you look at, like, how many people watch the breakdowns of his episode, his full episodes, and then the videos that come out of those episodes. And then, you know, we don't even get to see how many people listen, but I could believe all of that added together, it gets to 800 and some odd thousands quite comfortably. So I think that there is a sizable audience there. And I think that him talking about them is a benefit to their ratings. So to wrap up, is Edge going to AEW? We don't know. I would be stunned. Because I think that that would be very disloyal by Edge. Because Edge has, to my knowledge, only been in WWE. Before WWE, you know, who was Edge? You know, WWE have made him what he is. You can say that he doesn't owe them anything. He's repaid that with everything that he's done. And I would agree. And I would say, yeah, he doesn't owe them anything. And I would say that he's repaid the work they've put in for him. But for him to now go to a rival company and take that star power that was built up by WWE to another company, I can't be the only one that sees that as a real slap in the face, you know? I can't be the only one that sees that as a real, you know, I just understand. It doesn't sit right with me. I think it would tarnish his legacy. It would have to, because it would in my eyes. In my eyes, I'd be like, I would have lost respect. I would have lost some respect. Not all the respect. It's not like I'm going to hate on him, but I would have lost some respect for him because I think that's it's a bit off. I think it's a bit moody. You should be able to go and do what you want, of course. And if he did, you know, that part of me that knows you can go where you want, do what you want, that part of me would be like, you know, okay, that's what he's chosen. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though. So I agree. I don't think he should go. I think a lot of wrestling fans, though, are not looking at it from that perspective. They're looking at it as, oh my God, we could get Edge versus Kenny. We could get Edge versus MJF. We could get Edge and Christian against the Hardys, or Edge and Christian against the Young Bucks. And it's more just excitement, giddy excitement about the potential matchups. But as I said the other day, I think there's a lot more potential matchups, or just as many, if he stayed in WWE. WWE will pay him. It ain't like he ain't going to get great money. WWE have got plenty of talent that's coming through, like Bron Breakker or Carmelo Hayes or Ilya Dragunov or, you know, Gunther or whoever, right? We've got all this talent that's on the way and just constantly being churned out. So Edge will never run out of opponents. So it's not, that ain't a problem. Money ain't a problem. WWE is a bigger platform. They have at least a couple of major shows every year. AEW's only done, was it one show? I don't even know if they've done one show over 20,000 yet. They've got the Wembley one coming up, but other than Wembley, I think Arthur Ashe is still their biggest show, and that was about 20,000. So, like, could they do Wembley again next year? Sure. Will it sell as well? I mean, I don't think so. I didn't think it would do as well as it did this year, though. So who can say for certain? But there ain't no one that can tell me that AEW is having bigger shows on a more regular basis than WWE. There ain't no one that can tell you that the TV ratings for Dynamite and Rampage and Collision are better than SmackDown, NXT, and Raw. So it ain't TV ratings. It ain't money. It ain't potential opponents because we got them in WWE. The only reason I could see him going, well, there's maybe two. One of them is for Christian and for his friends. Like, his friends have said, come over, give us a hand. And, you know, him being a good guy, he wants to go over, he wants to help his friends, right? So maybe that's one, but I don't think he's that close to the Bucks or that close to Kenny or that close to Tony Khan. I think Christian's better off without him. Why would Christian want Edge around when Christian's doing it on his own? Do you know what I mean? Why would you want to be back in Edge's shadow again? Why would you want that? I don't know that Christian does want that, to be honest. So I don't know. I'm even struggling with that. And then the only other one I can think is that he wants to face MJF and he wants to face Kenny Omega. I mean, that would be the one where I don't really have an answer there. There's not really an answer to that, because if that's why he's going, you have to just go, okay. I don't like it. I don't think he should do it. I think it's disrespectful to WWE, the company that has given you the platform, made you the star that you are. For you now to take that star power to help the rival company, to go away and build up that rival company, I just don't think that's a good look. I just really don't think that's a good look. And if you're going to do that just because you want to face MJF or have a match with Kenny Omega, have a match with Kenny behind closed doors, invite him round to your house. Both Canadian. I'm sure your properties aren't that far apart. Like, just, do that. You don't need to sell your soul. And that's what it would be. He'd be selling his soul. So, I agree. I agree with Trini. I don't think it would be a good look. But maybe we're just in the minority. Perhaps everyone else is like, shut up, Boomer. Shut up. Hey, Boomer, shut up. I ain't interested in your Boomer views. I just want to see him wrestle against Marco Stunt. I just want to see him wrestle Sonny Kiss. I just want to see Edge and Christian take on Lucifer and the other one, whatever his partner was called. I can't remember. I don't even know if there was one called Lucifer. Now I've said that. Who was the deathmatch one? There was some dude that was a deathmatch one. I don't know. They come and go, man. They come and go. Jarrett said, I think Tony cares more about putting asses in seats for All In rather than booking the matches. It's about money than it's about storylines. Kian said, Seth against Kenny is still a dream match of mine. I'd like to see that happen once Kenny finishes. If so, what are your thoughts? Yeah. Again, though, this I'd say the exact same. If Seth was to go to AEW, I think that's a betrayal. I got asked, someone said the other day, so is it a betrayal that like Danielson went over? And my initial answer was yes, and I do still stand by it. But I don't think it's as serious a betrayal because, I'm going to explain myself. Danielson was a star before he came into WWE. He had made a real name for himself in Ring of Honor, but he hadn't reached the masses. Like, I feel like he was, say, king of the indies, right? He was like multiple world champion in Ring of Honor. He was like one of the biggest, brightest indie darlings we've ever seen. If you knew about wrestling at that level, you knew who he was. And so I can't say that he was like completely out of nowhere. When WWE picked him up, he already had a little bit of a fan base when WWE signed him. And he ended up going into NXT the very first season and competing in that when it was like a game show. Could you imagine if NXT had started now as it is now rather than a game show? We would have had Daniel Bryan in NXT. We would have had Daniel Bryan like wrestling in NXT trying to win the NXT championship. That's how he would have come in. But when he did come in, it was the first season of NXT when it was a game show. And so we ended up getting Daniel Bryan, like, you know, going through that instead. And as I said, he was already a pretty big star by this point. So I do think that there is a betrayal there, because I do think WWE took him to a different stratosphere, right? He went from being king of the indies to main event in WrestleMania, right? Now, I know that he had to work at that. That wasn't necessarily WWE's plan, but it was WWE's platform that allowed him to hold up those two titles. And, you know, WrestleMania 30, one of the biggest WrestleManias of all time, end with the crowd yesing away and pandemonium everywhere as Daniel Bryan had finally achieved being champion and sticking it to the authority and no longer being a B+ player. You know, that was all done on WWE's show in front of their audience, on their platforms, like on their pay-per-view outlets. So I think even the network had started by that point. All over their social media. Think of their social media reach. It's all being used on their stuff to make him no longer king of the indies, but taking him to a different level. So I do think that there's a little bit of a middle finger, like, I'm going to do what I want to do type attitude, which is a bit punk and people will respect. But I'm just talking more from a WWE perspective, not a fan perspective, a WWE perspective. I do think that there's a bit of disrespect there. So, but it would be a bit different for Edge, because to my knowledge, when Edge came in, he was not king of the indies. He didn't have any kind of established fan base. So WWE completely took him like from scratch and really built him up and really made him. So a little bit different with Danielson. But I would still say that there was some disrespect in there. That's how I would feel if I was the company WWE. That's how I would feel. I would feel a little bit disrespected. Right. Aries says, if I'm gonna create an Aries empire in AEW, what star should be in my faction? I need a women's star, a main eventer, and what's an interstar? A mid-card and a tag team. Who have you got? That is one for our community to have a bit of fun with, a new faction. Is that like an internet? Why do you need an international star? So you need a women, a main eventer, an international star, a mid-carder, and a tag team. So we'll let people have fun with that, Aries. I am sure Edge has a fan base before he signed with WWE. I'm sure he wrestled somewhere. I'm sure he wrestled somewhere. I'm sure he did compete. I don't think he just came from like home and jumped in and then started competing. But we're talking about any sort of significant fan base. Will he have had fans? Yeah, he will have had his parents. But like any sort of significant fan base, not that I'm aware of. Cody looks like a video game character, says Elizabeth. Arthur said, how will Judgment Day be tonight? They're going to be good. They're going to be good. James said it can work the other way. Look at Matt Cardona. He's now king of the Indies. That's true. But I agree. I think when Big E returns, they should put him back with the New Day. They were great tag team together, but when they split Big E, they've not been the same. Thoughts? Yeah, I agree. We kind of touched on it before. I think that they could be still really great because I think Kofi and Xavier are both fun and have got great personalities, but they just don't do anything with them. We said before, like, you know, we had bootios, we had pancakes, we had all this stuff, but there was nothing new that came in. We literally took Big E away and then we didn't do anything. We didn't change anything. Like, Xavier and Kofi just kept coming out, skipping, dancing, cutting their promos in the entranceway, get into the ring, match, backstage, doing their normal interview spiel and shtick, and it's just the same olds, you know? So I think we could have got somewhere if we'd have given them something interesting to get their teeth into, you know? Could have introduced a third member. Why don't introduce a third member to replace Big E who tries to start trouble between Kofi and Xavier and tries to plant seeds? Turns out this third member is just a bad egg. It's not going to work. And so we do a story where this third person, whoever, all right, I haven't got a name in mind, but whoever, comes in and is trying to start a fight between Kofi and Xavier. Just really wants to end the New Day. That's their motive, you know. They want to rip this group apart. Big E's gone, they can see the cracks appearing, and they want to exploit it and just, you know, be done with the New Day. And so, like, you could really have had some good storylines and fun with that. And we see, like, little backstage moments where, you know, these two are together, this mystery person and Kofi, and, you know, all of a sudden Kofi starts to act a little bit off with Xavier. And, like, you know, I think the Bloodline story has done such a good job of exploring different characters, different personalities. We've kind of really explored that Bloodline world. Like, but we ain't done nothing with New Day. We ain't done nothing. So I just think, like, there's so much we could do. I mean, one of them is you could put Big E back with them, but problem is I don't know when Big E is going to be able to compete. And I might even go as far as to say just putting Big E back with them, I don't think is going to solve the problem, because even if you put Big E back with them, if they're still going to just do the exact same stuff they're doing, but only now Big E is there as well, I still don't think that stops the rot. I think, like, if you've got Big E, I would think that they would try to find something creative for the New Day to get their teeth into. Because if you've got Big E in there as well and he's come back from injury, I feel like there's loads of stuff you can do there. Like, the other team surely will target Big E, target the neck, like, you know, go after the injury, whatever. So I feel like with Big E coming in, naturally there would be a few more creative avenues. But doesn't mean that we will exploit them. Because WWE, you know, can really struggle creatively sometimes. So it really feels sometimes like the top end of the card, like Judgment Day, like Bloodline, like, you know, not even Asuka. I was going to say Asuka. I was going to say the women's title. But not even that, to be honest. It feels like Judgment Day and Bloodline get a lot of the creative stuff. And everyone else just go out and do what you do. Go out and do what you do. We'll play it by ear. I honestly, like, if you actually sit and look at some of the storylines, I mean, Asuka just missed in Bianca for like 20 weeks this year, coming out and missed in her. And that was it, week after week after week in the build to WrestleMania. And then we get to WrestleMania and we get... did she retain then? I think she retained, didn't she? Didn't she get it on a rematch? Can't remember. But either way, they had another match, and then we just got more misting. It still didn't change. We just got even more of the same thing, of Asuka coming out and misting, and oh my God, do something creative. Come on. I mean, WWE is in a really good place. Of course they are, because we know the TV ratings are either staying the same or even increasing a little bit. We get told every flipping day that another record is broken when it comes to gates or revenue or sponsorships, or, you know, I mean, the constantly like good news just constantly coming out. So we know that WWE is doing well, and we know that people enjoy Triple H, and I think like people definitely prefer him in control over Vince. If Vince is even sensed within a mile of Gorilla, then we get hashtag Fire Vince trending on Twitter, right? So I think WWE are in a good place, but it's still acceptable to sit here and say, come on, man. Outside of Bloodline and Judgment Day, like, you got to be doing a bit better in the rest of the cards. Last week was not a great week. Last week, we watched, I don't know how many shows I watched, 4 shows. And I'm including AEW in that. And I just really struggled. I didn't struggle to watch them. I'm just saying that we struggled from a creative point of view. Still, they were still okay. They weren't disasters. But I think creatively, they could have been a lot more engaging. We could have done some better stuff there with the characters that we have, you know. So I would like to see us doing a bit more with things that aren't Bloodline and things that aren't Judgment Day, you know. I mean, people have had a lot of frustrations around like how long it's took to get LA Knight going. I don't mind that. I think that's WWE just not having anything for him and then waiting for SummerSlam to end before starting his push. Now they've started his push, like him and The Miz, what we're doing there at the moment. Like, I don't know if that's massively grabbing. I don't know if it's massively grabbing people. I don't sense like people are really enjoying that as a feud at the moment. Good little back and forth though, promo wise. I thought their little promo exchange was good, but I don't know. It's, again, like, just even with someone as red hot as LA Knight, you would think that you could find something quite captivating, but they just tend to chuck him out there and just have matches, and that's it. He has a match. He might cut a promo on the way to the ring, and that's about it, isn't it? I just think we can do better, man. I just think we can do better. Danger Wing said, I wish Cena had a match on his return, and it's not like what happened at the O2. It would be interesting for Asuka's mist to be either poison or semen. Imagine Asuka missed you and then you give birth. Don't think that's how it works, to be honest. Don't think that's how it works. LA Dark Knight said, who would win out of Asuka and Ahsoka from the Star Wars universe? Well, I don't know Ahsoka from the Star Wars universe. I believe that's the new show, though. But I really can't comment because I don't know anything about her. So I'm going to go with my girl, Asuka. JX said, do you think Keith Lee will ever come back? No. I was going to say yes, because I think Triple H likes him. And I think that if he became available, I think Triple H would be tempted to bring him back. But I think there is a bit of a recruitment freeze at the moment, because WWE have had the opportunity to sign like Switchblade Jay White, and they've had the opportunity to sign a few people this year, and they've not gone for it. They've not done it. And so there's a thought that because the sale is going through to Endeavor, there's a thought that there's a bit of a recruitment freeze. So if Keith Lee did become available, I don't know that they can sign him right now. And I think the longer that time is going by, I mean, he's already 40-something, I believe. So the more time that's going by, the more unlikely it is that we will get him back, because he's just getting older and older, and, you know, gotta say, unfortunately, less and less appealing, less and less marketable, because WWE want those young 20-something-year-olds that they can invest in, so that they've got a greater length of time to get back on their investment? I mean, if you put someone in through, I mean, how much do you reckon it costs to train someone in NXT? I mean, that is actually a really interesting question, because if you think about it, those wrestlers in NXT, they don't pay to be in NXT. It's not like you go along to get all this amazing training. Like, you get to work with, the likes of, I think William Regal's down there sometimes. Obviously, you've got Shawn Michaels. That's the big one. Obviously, there's people like Norman Smiley. And I think Drew Gulak does some training down there. You got Robbie Brookside, who's been training for donkey's years. There's loads of really great trainers that really know what they're doing. You can see like the talent coming out of NXT, like Bianca Belair, who, to my knowledge, didn't have any wrestling experience before she went to NXT. They've got the knowledge to take someone that's got athletic ability and turn them into a wrestling superstar, right? So really, with that sort of education, you could understand people paying to go to those types of classes, but they don't. WWE pay the people to go because they're so invested in them. So not only do they pay them that wage, but they also have to pay the wages of Shawn and Norman Smiley and all the other trainers. Then you've got the electricity just to, turn the lights on and do whatever you need to do whilst you're doing that training as well. You've obviously got the upkeep costs of the building and everything. Like, all of that over an extended period of time. Like, each person that comes out of NXT, it must be hundreds of thousands of pounds or dollars to train each of those to a standard, to get them where they need to be. Must be like each one, like on average, costs WWE 100 and 200 or 300 and some thousand to train them. And it's mental, isn't it, when you think about it from like that point of view instead. When you think about it more from that perspective. But I think NXT does a fantastic job. I think that there's some real talent that's coming out of there. It's very, very exciting time. I'm a big fan of what they're doing down in NXT at the moment. James said, apparently there's not a hire freeze at the moment. Oh, that's interesting. So, in regards to Keith Lee, to get back on track, in regards to Keith Lee, because he's like getting into his 40s, whatever, the time that's left to get something out of him is obviously getting shorter and shorter and more limited. WWE, instead, you can totally understand. They are going to want to get money back on what they're investing in NXT, aren't they? They're going to want to be using that talent more because they've spent 300, 400,000 training these people up. Now it's time for them to make that money back in ticket sales, merch sales, engagement, YouTube revenue, whatever it might be. It's time for them to start paying it back. So bring them to the main roster, increase their wage, but let's get going. So yeah, I got to lean more towards it's looking less and less unlikely for Keith Lee. Boomers, yeah, blooming boomers. They're everywhere. They're like cockroaches. Watching WWE is a nightmare with these times. I swear, in the US, you can have dinner and shower and get right into the action, says Woo Pack. I like Raw. I just hate O'Malley, says Andy. Gunther is retaining. Yeah, Gunther tonight against Chad Gable. Raw coming up in 25 minutes. Mr. Leonardo Lopez, shout out to you, my friend, says, greetings and salutations from Boston. I know it's 12:33 on a Tuesday over there. Yeah, do you know what? I might seem a little bit distracted or a little bit... I don't think I'm different, but I was actually out yesterday. I went out and went and met up with my cousin, who I only see a couple of times a year. So I went out yesterday. I've got a great story, which I can't tell now, unfortunately. But I am going to tell it tomorrow on the Wrestling Escape Pods. So I've got a really fun story. Whilst I was out with my cousin. And yeah, we didn't get back until like 3. And then I had to travel back over from his, which took about an hour and a half. And by the time I got back here, it was about lunchtime. So I still managed to get to bed and get some sleep. But I must admit, I'm not feeling as fresh as I usually do. Definitely could do with a bit more sleep. Definitely welcome a bit more sleep. So if at times I seem like I'm extra rambly, or I seem like I'm a little distracted or something like that, only that. That's all it is. I could just... Another couple of hours. That's all Daddy needed. Just another couple of hours. It is a long one though, isn't it? Like Raw, 3 hours, and then in all fairness, I am my own worst enemy because we do start an hour and a half before. I mean, really, it should just be an hour, but I'm such a good person that I was like, give him an extra half an hour. Go on. So the reason why I've started doing that is because I like to do the recap video after. And so I'm super long after the show ends because I want to go to do the recap video. So I sort of feel like in the past we have gone till half an hour after the show. And we've done that on a fairly regular basis as well as we've been talking about the show. But we can't really do that now because I need to go to work on this video. So just kind of got into that mentality of just trying where I can to just start that even a little bit earlier than we already do, just so that you've got that little bit more goodness, that little bit more wrestling conversation. LA Dork Knight said, do people wish it was WrestleMania every day, or would it be like Christmas? If it was Christmas every day, you wouldn't be able to shop for gifts. We would all get instant vouchers. I mean, I don't think anyone wants Christmas every day, do they? Maybe someone somewhere does. I seem to recall actually seeing a YouTube clip or a news report of a couple, weird couple, that keep their decorations up all year round and do treat every day as if it's Christmas. But this might seem a bit harsh, but I think that's a mental health issue. Like, I don't think that's normal. I sort of feel like those people are maybe only happy when it's Christmas and they can't face a day that isn't Christmas. So, I don't know. It's certainly not normal, is it? So, but other than those people, I don't think anyone really wishes it was Christmas every day. I certainly don't wish it was Christmas every day. I certainly don't want WrestleMania every day. Jeez. And oh my God, if it was WrestleMania 35 every day, oh my God. Like 6-7 hours long, you know what I mean? Got other things to do here. 2K said, have you ever been to Dubai? I've never been to Dubai, no. I have no desire to go to Dubai. I've said this before. I'm really boring when it comes to going places. Like I'm really boring because like I just keep going to Florida, and next year I'm going to Florida. It's just really boring. I think the problem is that Florida has got everything I need or want. It's got the sun, right? Because living in Britain is quite grey, moody, cloudy, a little bit rainy at times. So if we're going on holiday, sun. That's what we're looking for, right? Sun. So looking for the sun. Florida's got that. Looking for ideally English, just to make it easier. I mean, if I was to go to Japan, I would like to go to Japan one day, but I would imagine it'd just be so stressful because getting a bus, getting a train, trying to get anywhere, like it's just symbols, and I don't know where I'm going and what's happening. I think I'd just be living in a constant state of stress and anxiety. Just think I'd be stressed. Maybe with modern technology, you could get your phone out and just like scan it over the sign and it'll read it for you or something. Like I'm sure there's ways around it now in the modern age. But I don't know, man. There's got to be something said for waking up and being able to read the road signs straight away. Like, there's got to be something said for that. There's got to be something said for, you know, going to a restaurant and being able to understand the waiter and no miscommunication, you know? It's got to be something said for, should we go to the cinema? And you go to the cinema, you can watch the film and it's all great and you can hear it and it's all good. Like, there's got to be something said for that. I've got nothing against different languages. It's just if I'm on holiday, trying to enjoy myself, trying to relax, I tell you. I don't want the stress. I don't want that stress of trying to decode. It's not like, what's this? It's not World War II. I don't need the Enigma machine, right? Whilst I'm on holiday. So, and then also, like, obviously the culture and everything, because there's just so much stuff you can get in America. Like, you know, all the toys, you know, I can do toy hunts. I could go to Hogan's Beat Shop. I could, you know, go to an IHOP. It's just the culture. It's so good. In America, I can, you know, should we go to Hooters? Yeah. Should we go to Pancake House? Whoa, let's go. Let's go, baby. What is this? What is this amazing place? They sell everything here. Wow. Look at that person over there. Look at this item here. What's this called? Walmart. Walmart. Wow. It's my place, man. I love it. I love Florida. Shout out to you, Americans. Much love. Finley said, can't wait to go to Wembley this Sunday. How are you feeling ahead of the show, said Finley. Jim said Canada has got Toys R Us. Has Canada got the sun? I've got a feeling Canada stumbled on my very first point, Jim, to be honest. So, Jim, you know I love you. You know that I've got a place in my heart for Canada. I love Toronto, by the way. I have been to Toronto. Oh, it's awesome. But you just don't get that sun, do you? Just don't get that sun. You suffer from what I like to call Britishitis. It's where you've got a lovely country, but the weather ruins it. And that is known as Britishitis. So you've got a bad case of it, Jim. A bad case of Britishitis. Finley, how am I feeling ahead of AEW All in London? Bit tired. Bit sleepy. I was out yesterday. No, I mean, look, card-wise, first of all, great that we've got something to look forward to that we can watch on Sunday. So thanks, wrestling gods. So excited for that. Excited, genuinely, I am excited for, like, I am super selfish, right? So what I'm about to say is mind-blowing, but I am excited for some of you, not all of you, but some of you that are going to that show. I believe Aaron is going to the show. And I think, Finley, you said you're going as well. There's quite a few in our community that are going to that show. And I am genuinely excited for them because obviously I met a fair few. I would say that a lot of people in our community that are going to All in London were probably the same people that went to Money in the Bank. So I got to meet like loads of people during like the Wrestling Shop Live thing. And so I'm genuinely excited for those in our community that get to go and experience this thing live in front of 80-odd thousand. I mean, when's that happened? I mean, Clash at the Castle was 60-something thousand. That's the closest that I can think, other than SummerSlam 92. So really, and I think this is bigger in it. So I think we can say, and I believe we can say, that no one will ever have gone to a show of this magnitude unless they went to a handful of shows that took place in America. because this thing is, I think, already in the top 5 all-time shows, something along those lines. And I think the one that's at number 1 came from North Korea, right? So I don't think any of one that I met was at that show. I would be stunned if someone genuinely said in this community that they were at Collision in Korea and they had gone to North Korea to watch that show. I would be shocked. I also wouldn't believe them. But unless they're called like Kim Jong Sun or something like that. Not Un. I know it's Un. We ain't going to have the leader of North Korea here, are we? Let's be serious, right? But maybe there's a Kim Jong Sun that's in our community, and maybe they might say that they went. Do you think North Korea don't get access to this? Do they? Man, how sick would it be if we was talking to someone in North Korea right now? Run! Get out! Get out! There's still time. Get over the border quick. South Korea is so much nicer. That was maybe a little bit politically motivated. I don't know. I don't like to stray into politics. Maybe stay where you are. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I'm excited for people that are going. I think the card looks all right. Honestly, if I thought the card was trash, I would say it was trash. But I think it looks all right. There's matches there I'm looking forward to. And do you know, what I'm most intrigued about isn't the card. I'm obviously intrigued to see how it looks. But I want to know how are they going to decorate a show of this size? How are they going to make a show of this size feel big and special, or are they just gonna rely on the crowds? Are they just gonna rely on those sweeping shots of 80-odd thousand, which is but that's a given, in it. That's a given. We already know they've got that. If there's one thing we know about this show, it's that it's got a big crowd. So them showing me a big crowd, that's a given, right? What else are you doing to make it feel like a big show? What's the stage going to look like? For example, we have no idea what an AEW stadium stage of that magnitude. We don't know what one looks like. How big's the ramp, right? What's the ring look like? We got like the scaffolding around the ring that do that. I'm guessing we will. I'm guessing it's going to have a bit of a Saudi Arabian sort of feel, you know. I'm expecting a big stage. I'm expecting scaffolding around, the pillars with the light and stuff above. I'm expecting all of that. And obviously surprises. Will we see Mercedes Moné? Will we see Mercedes? Apparently, Edge is still under contract, I read. So even though that is his last match, I don't believe his contract has ended now. So if people are thinking, we might get Edge. Well, I don't think Edge is going to AEW. But also, I don't think Edge can go to AEW for that show. Could be wrong. We all know how these news reports can be wrong. But I definitely read that earlier. Definitely read that his contract isn't expired yet. Justin said AEW need to up their pyro game. I thought for a moment you said pirate game, and I was so on board. Because they do. There is a real lack of pirates in AEW. They definitely need to up their pirate game. Right, we are just about 10 minutes away. I want to get some water. I'm feeling a little bit of liquid refreshment is going to help me. So give me a moment. A moment. I'm asking for much. Moment. Oh yeah. A little bit of H2O. Lovely. From the Yorkshire Vales. Look at that. Yorkshire spring water. Lovely. I mean, the plastic bottle's probably not great for the... but they'll get recycled now. Do you know what I mean? Get over it. Get over it, Greta. Loser. Right. Days, I just finished watching Succession. I am exhausted. It was an incredible show. I have heard this. Yeah. I will put it on my potential we'll try and watch if I ever get a chance to list. Genuinely, I've heard great stuff about that show, but I've not seen a single second. But I could see myself watching it. I could see myself giving it a watch. They had Leatherface. They might as well have pirates, said Zwella. Very true. Thruk said, let's watch Raw. Wow, yeah, we just got to wait 10 minutes. That's all. If you are just joining us, Gunther, the King General, taking on Chad Gable for the Intercontinental Championship. We're also going to find out tonight, what did Shinsuke say? What did the Shin say? Whisper, 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 whisper. What did the Shin say? We're going to find that out. Someone could have done that, couldn't they, this week? As a music video. I mean, granted, it would be outdated probably by the end of tonight's Raw. But this is where, you know, you've just got to embrace creativity. Someone could have done an exact replica remake of What Did the Fox Say, shot for shot, but only changed it for What Did the Shin Say. Wasn't it in a forest, the original? Just imagine having like someone dressed as Shinsuke, like appearing from behind a tree. What did the Shin say? Too good for this platform. Even when I'm tired. A.B. Jobson said, Billions and Succession are both excellent. Mr. Leonard Lopez said, if AEW needs to bring up their pirate game, bring in Paul Burchill. Well said. Well said. I'm glad someone went there. Paul Burchill needs to come in and up. In all fairness, he does drastically increase anyone's pirate game, whatever company he's in, doesn't he? Have you heard about OV Dub and a documentary? I haven't, no. They're still going at the moment, aren't they, OV Dub? I'm guessing this is a documentary about back in the day when, like, you know, Batista and Brock and all of them. I'm guessing, or is it modern OV Dub? If it's modern OV Dub, who gives a flip? They ain't got no Batistas or Brocks now. Losers. But if it's like OG OV Dub, then that could be great. So I'll keep an eye out for it. I am still on Fight TV free every Thursday. Days, Grand Slam at Arthur Ashe did 20,000. 2022 did 13,000. WrestleTix tweeted Grand Slam has sold 5.2. Shocking or not surprising? Who said that? I don't think I said who that was. Big Time Baxter, hello. Shocking or not surprising? When is it? I don't know when it is. I think it's really difficult because I think that ticket sales are very much like cricket. And I've always said this. If you've been watching the channel a long time, you'll know that's pretty much my catchphrase by this point. Guys, ticket sales, it's just like cricket. Just like cricket. With cricket, you can, and I'm going to educate you on cricket for a moment, right? With cricket, you have to get as many runs as you can, right? And you've got 10 batters, yeah? Once all the batters are out, that's it. Go over. You're done. See you later. Thanks for coming, right? Well, you could find yourself on like 10 runs and 7 batters are out, right? Horrific. You've only got 10 runs and already 7 of your guys have gone. You've only got 3 guys left. And, you know, scoring 10 is next to nothing. But those 3 guys, they might each get 100. So you actually might end up on 310, which is all right. That's all right. You can do something with that. That's good. That's fine. 310. That's all right. It's amazing considering you only had 10 and 7 people were out. So, you know, if the next 3 get 100, well, you've already got to a decent score. Equally, you could get to 300 and you might not have lost anyone. You might still have all 10 batters to go. Beautiful. But then, bang, 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 bang. He's gone, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone. You're out, you're out, you're out. Before you know it, all out for 310. All out for 310. The exact same score as the other team that lost 7 batters early. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? What I'm saying is the destination, the road you travel, it might be very different, but the destination may still be the same. So just because they have sold only 5,000 tickets in 3 weeks, if the show is in, I don't know, October, November, whatever it might be, right? They could have like this super late splurge where they pushes it forwards, and they might still end up selling 15,000. So a really slow first 3 weeks could be followed by something Tony does, books a new match or whatever, could be followed by a fantastic next 3 weeks. And so they end up still doing 15,000 ticket sales, even though right now you'd say it doesn't look very good. Tony could do something, and then we, sell 10,000 tickets, You announce Mercedes Moné. You announce a little guy I like to call Edge. And all of a sudden, I'd imagine those tickets are going to start going, aren't they? So, yeah, I think that it's obviously not a great sign to have sold 5,000 tickets in 3 weeks. Surprised? Hard to say, because I don't know how in the first 3 weeks of the one they did last year, how many tickets did they sell? Do you know why I'm saying this as well? Do you know why I'm saying? I'm going to tell you why I'm saying this. Have you seen how much WWE are shouting about these WrestleMania ticket sales? Have you seen how loud this thing is? I can't, every time I turn around, I feel like strangers are going to come up to me in the street soon, and they're going to say, have you heard that WrestleMania sold 90,000 tickets in its first day? Did you hear this? WrestleMania 40. And I'll be like, can you leave me alone? Because every time I go onto the computer, someone, somewhere, somehow, something is telling me, did you know that WrestleMania sold 90,000 tickets in its first day? Wow. Wow. That is amazing. 90. Take that, AEW. Take that. 90,000 tickets in its first day. Do you know that WrestleMania 39 sold 90,000 tickets in its first day? WrestleMania 39 did the exact same thing. This isn't news. This is what we should expect. All we've done is we've matched what we did last year. Oh, but the hype machine's got to hype it all up, innit? Oh, we can't. AEW's done Summit in Wembley. We better shout about Summit. What should we shout about? I don't know. WrestleMania sold the same amount of tickets it did last year in the first day. Oh, go with that. Go with that. We'll make it seem like it's a thing. We'll make it seem like it's something special. Well, should we tell them it's the same number as we did last year? No, don't tell them that. Just say 90,000. Just say we did 90,000 in one day. Well, should we tell them that most people are just buying 2 tickets because they're going on the Saturday and the Sunday? So basically it's 45,000 tickets times 2. No, don't tell them that. Don't shut. Oh, why are you making this sound not as good? Just say, look, why do you even work here if this is the attitude you've got? Right? Just put a message out saying that we sold 90,000 tickets. Don't mention last year. Don't mention the fact it's probably 45,000 people buying Saturday and Sunday, right? Just say 90,000. And do you know why? Because it's more than AEW and what they've done at Wembley, right? So it sounds better. But they're going around shouting about 70, 80,000. We're going to shout about 90,000, right? That's what we're going to do. Isn't that a bit petty? Yes, it's petty. But petty is what we are. That's what we are now. We're petty. It's a petty world. It's a petty world, and we're petty people. I mean, what I will say, just for clarity, is I think that because of how much things cost in this day and age, they have broken their most grossing records. Yeah. So I'll give them that, but I can't say I'm that impressed, right? The tickets this year cost a little bit more than the tickets did last year. They've sold the same number of tickets in 24 hours this year as they did last year. But because of how the world is, the tickets are just that little bit more expensive. Hence, they've broken their records. Well done. Well done. Well done, you. Well done. Yeah, I wasn't really blown away with that announcement. I don't know if you can read between the lines. I wasn't really that impressed. I just don't, all this spin. It's just all spin in it. Everything's spin. We live in a world. I feel like I live in a flipping tumble dryer. Everything gets spinned and exaggerated and blown out of proportion. And everything's just made to seem better than it is. Even this channel. This channel sucks. This channel sucks. These watch-alongs suck. But, you know, I tried to make the nicest graphics I can to make it. And, like, you know, all this. I tried to make it seem good. Tried to make it seem nice. Everything's spinning this day and age. It's time for Monday Night Raw, said Leonardo. Right. We are starting with Raw. Do you think they'll mention it tonight? Do you think they'll mention it? The 90,000 tickets. Do you reckon they'll mention it? I don't think they will. I don't think they'll mention it. I get it. It's all reverse psychology. What is? Dad Stuff said WWE announced 200,000 people are at least thinking of. Wow. I love that. I love that. They should so do that. Do you know what? If we are going to do these kind of things, at least let's have some fun with it. At least let's have some fun with it. 1.5 billion people have at some point in their life seen the word WrestleMania. I mean, I don't even know if that's true, but if we are just trying to find big numbers, if we are just trying to find the big numbers, then let's go with that. Did you know that 570 million people have seen the word WrestleMania 40 on the internet? Somewhere, somehow, on some websites. Trending on Twitter or so. I don't even know if that's true, by the way. But I feel like we just pick big numbers and then try to find ways of justifying them. Right. I love that 200,000 people are thinking of coming to WrestleMania. I'd love it if that was a fact on screen tonight. I'd love it. I'd love it. Let's go. Trini said Tony Khan reported AEW has got more than 5 billion Google. 5 billion that have Googled what is AEW. Listen. Amazing. That many people even care to search. Amazing. Here's Sammy. Mystic Mist. Who do you think should get the new tag belts? What are we doing with the tag belts? Sammy's got... Kevin came back, didn't he? I don't know. Kevin was... Am I right that Kevin came out after SmackDown to be right with Edge? I don't know if he was... I don't think he wrestled. So I don't know when he's coming back or what the situation is. Don't know, perhaps going to find out. Because Samuel Zayn is here. And he has got some tag belts. He's wearing them, so we might be hearing from him. And he's still being announced as one half of the tag team champions. Samuel Zayn, let's go. There is, I don't know, are we in Montreal? Are we back in Montreal? Bit quick if we are, isn't it? Only there in February. Is that the Montreal flag as well? Quebec, maybe? Bum, 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 bum. Great reaction for Sammy. Sammy. Yeah, I'm fully signed up for Sammy as well. Wrestle with Andy, hello. What if Sammy and Chelsea become the ultimate tag champs together? Oh my God. That'd be so good. Just as a one-off, just let them team and let them work together. So Sammy and Chelsea can be in the men's division when needed to defend those belts. And then, yes, Sammy and Chelsea can be in the women's division. Let's go. Yeah, we are in Quebec. Oh my God. That must be the Quebec flag. Do you know, I feel like the reason why I knew that was because of Dino Bravo. Sammy. When is Rhea and Dom's mixed tag match? Tomorrow? Tomorrow. A Heatwave tomorrow, innit? I forgot about that. NXT Heatwave tomorrow. Big show. So it's just a normal TV episode, but stat cards. And Rhea and Dominic are tagging together against Dragon Lee and Lyra Valkyria. So I need to write that down, actually. Make Heatwave graphic. Crowds are olaying away. Olay. Man, the Canadian crowd has to be one of the best crowds in the world. It has to be. I mean, we're in Quebec. But we've been in, like, obviously, Toronto, Montreal. These fans are so passionate, so loud. And Sammy, I love seeing Sammy get this support. He has to be a world champion. He has to be. That is, do you know what? If we were to do a video of like the top 10 things that you would love to see happen in WWE, I think number one on my list is Sami Zayn becoming a world champion. I think that's number one. Look at this. Look at these scenes, man. Look at these scenes. Sammy is all kinds. He's 50 shades of fired up. It's the new sex book that's coming out. Look, look at that. He's so excited. He's showing us his forearm. That's how excited he is. I think there were goosebumps, but you get my point. He hasn't even spoken yet because he's a legend and he doesn't have to. He's about to. And also, I think he's blown up. Because he's just gone to talk and he's like... He's knackered. It's all right. Any silence will be filled in. It's not a problem. We've gone back to Olayin again. He got so excited. He got shattered from showing us his forearm. You missed some super chats. No, I'm just the worst, aren't I? I am just the worst. There he is, look. There he is. Aaron, shout out to you, my friends. And I'm getting to you. I'm getting to you. I'll get to you once Sammy gets to his promo, and he still ain't got there. He still ain't got there. Sammy, 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 Sammy. Mesdames and messieurs. Yes, Sammy. Come on, Sammy. That means, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't it? And there was me saying, you know, one of the things that can deter you from going from these places where you don't understand English is like, oh, you might get a bit confused. But he's just come out and said, Madame and Monsieur, and I knew straight away what he meant. Straight away. Highly educated I am. It's Judgment Day. The only way. It's all of them as well. We haven't been seeing them all come out together. But Finn Balor is making his way down with Rhea, Dirty Dom, and Damian Priest. Although, I will say, Damian Priest walked out in front with the others behind him. Monday Night Mammy. Monday Night Mammy. I've never seen that shirt before. I've never seen that shirt. Monday Night Mammy. I like it. Sammy is surrounded. Sammy is surrounded. He said he's got one question and he speaks foreign, so I don't know what he said. The crowd loved it, though. The crowd loved it. I think he said something like, "Are your penises the size of little sausages?" Because the crowd popped. Did you think I came here alone? Kevin Owens, KO, the KO show. Fight Owens, fight. Kevin Owens. Here's. There we go. Kicking away. Against the ropes goes Finn. Finn gets tripped over. Jump in the ring as Damian Priest gets stunned, baby! Stunned! Kevin Owens with a stunner. Big reaction for KO. Look at Sammy, all kinds of fired up. They need this kind of reaction. It makes them feel so much bigger. Sammy must feel about 50 feet tall right now. Even KO, I mean, he's got that mean and moody look in his eyes. Imagine if he just turned on Sammy now. Microphone is given to Kevin. Kevin has a little glance at the Judgment Day. Kevin Owen chants. We need a break from heel turns so that I don't like. No, we need more. Owen should turn on Sammy, and then Sammy should turn on Kevin. And Damian should turn on Finn, and Finn should turn on Judgment Day. Rhea should turn on Dominic. It's been too long since I had a match on Raw. Too long since he had a match. He wants a match. He wants a match. So Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn against any two of you. Swat. Another big pop again. What did you say? Rhea's like, what did you say? I don't know what he said. I think he said something like, your breath smells like poop. So it looks like we're going to get Sami and Kevin taking on two members of the Judgment Day. That crowd made that segment. There's really not much to that segment. Sami comes out, interrupted by Judgment Day. Kevin comes down. He says, me and Sami against two of you. I mean, there's really not anything there, but that crowd were electric. They were electric. What did Nakamura say? We're going to find that out tonight. Chad Gable is going to be in action as well. How did they let the belts on Kevin was hurt? Don't they normally take them off even if it's tag teams? It depends how long the people are out for. I mean, if it was going to be a lengthy absence, then they would. Or they would do what they did with Chelsea and allow her to change her partner. But I mean, it was only, what, a couple of weeks? I mean, it was nothing, was it? Aaron, shout out to you. Really appreciate the feedback, dudes. Aaron enjoyed the Royal Rumble video. Same. I really enjoyed making it as well. I'm pleased you enjoyed it. I want to get a few more of those done. They just take a little bit of time. They're a little bit time consuming from an editing point of view, but so worth it. I watched it back. I was like, I really feel like I'm getting where I want to be now. Aaron said, hope you're having a great Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, Aaron. Same to you as well, buds. Starting your day early. Huge. I'm excited for All In. Very happy for Adam Cole after the injury he had. Yeah, I really liked... My favorite part of Dynamite on Wednesday was the Adam Cole MJF back and forth promos. I thought that it was right that we took a moment to focus on their match, and I'll admit, because we've been so focused on their relationship of them being friends, I hadn't really stopped to think about Adam Cole's journey, right? The build for this has been more about MJF and Adam Cole getting along and now going for the tag titles. And is one of them going to turn on the other one and blah, blah, blah. Like, is Adam Cole turning? Is MJF turning? Like, blah, 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 blah. So really the focus has been on that. It hasn't been on his journey, and what a journey it's been, because he was injured, and he was injured bad. I mean, he said that he thought that his dream of wrestling, his love of wrestling was done. He didn't think he'd get back to the ring. So the fact that he has not only got back, but got back to a standard where he can have singles matches on the level where he can be trusted to be in the main event and compete for the AEW title. That is a journey that deserves to be focused on, you know. And he was talking about that, about that journey, and about what he's had to overcome, and waking up in tears, thinking that it was all over for him. And I really respected and appreciated them focusing on that on Wednesday. So be interesting to see what they've got to say this Wednesday, of course. Go home show for AEW All In, which we are doing on the Sunday. I don't know when it starts. But I am gonna obviously start. We always start early. We don't start when the show starts. Yeah, we don't. I ain't got a life, so we always start like at least an hour before the kickoff show. So we'll be looking to do exactly that as well. So. Yes, hopefully if people do put up photos, if you go in and you're going to take pictures of the seating or what the merch stand looks like, or even just like people outside to get a bit of the buzz, bit of the feel. If you put in pictures up, tag me in them. I'll keep an eye on my Twitter account. And if I do get tagged in stuff, there's a chance that we could be showing them on stream. I'll happily do that. Happily do that. I think it just gives a little extra, should I be at Wembley talking to people outside the ground? Like, are you looking forward? Hello, sorry, excuse me. Are you looking forward to the show? Yes. Okay, thank you. Like, I probably should be doing that, but I'm not doing that. So the least I can do is show some pictures so we can get a feeling that we're there. Mystic Mist, shout out to you. So looks like Mystic, the tag belts. Looks like they're staying put. Looks like they aren't going anywhere at the moment. What's this? WrestleMania. What's this news? Ticket sales for WrestleMania 40. Philadelphia is ready to rumble. Well, that's just confusing, isn't it? That's just confusing. That's just confusing. What do you mean they're ready to rumble? 90 hits. 90,000 in one day. Wow. Can't believe it. Philadelphia ready to rumble. They're going to be so disappointed. They're going to be so disappointed. Do you reckon they're all there going, I can't believe we've secured the Royal Rumble. This is such great news for Fit. And they're like, no, you've got WrestleMania 40. What? Oh, we don't want WrestleMania 40. You're only going to have Roman win again. We thought we had the Rumble and all the surprises. Sucks to be you, Philadelphia. Right. Kojiko, shout out to you, says, pull my finger. Finger emoji. Gust of wind emoji. Gust of wind emoji. I think they're farts. Haha, I farted here and in real life. Can we start doing that, actually? Can we start doing what we say in the messages? So if you say that you are farting, can we actually then do that in real life as well? So anything you want to put in the chat, can you do that in real life as well, please? That's just a little request. I think it'll make the stream more interesting. J.A. Anderson said, is that a beard trim? It is, yes. And the reason for that is because I don't care about being presentable on the internet. No one sees me. So it's not really a problem. But if I'm actually going out where people can actually see me, gotta look good, ain't you? Gotta look presentable. If I'm going to a Weatherspoons in Solihull, I'm getting dressed up, baby. I am looking my best. I need to look tip top if I'm going to a Weatherspoons. You don't go just walking into a Weatherspoons willy-nilly, you know. That's like going to Denny's and not making an effort. You know what I mean? Who would just walk into a Denny's without putting all your makeup on and your earrings and going, you know, full force? So yeah, beard trim. Got a nice new jacket as well. I was looking pretty fly for a white guy. Remember that? Offspring. I haven't thought about that song in ages. I think it's a bit racist. I think all white guys are fly. Yeah. Shout out to you, white guys. And shout out to you, non-white guys as well. Godfather So said, Days sipping on that Cash Wheeler wine. It gives you road rage like a mofo. Thoughts on WWE pumping in fake crowd noise? The UFC match at Slam was dead quiet. Reports say it wasn't on network. The UFC match at Slam was dead quiet. Reports say it wasn't on network. Thank you. Thank you. What do I think about fake crowd noises? It's a bit tricky for me because I have the sound turned down for copyright reasons. So it's a bit tricky for me. What I will say is, with the sound turned down, I struggle to tell a difference. So I know there's people that can listen to the show and go straight away, that's fake noise, fake crowd noise. You can tell, it's obvious and all that. And I believe you. I believe that you can tell, right? But I can't tell because the sound is turned down so much that there's not, it just adds a bit of atmosphere. So I'm not the best person to ask, is what I'm saying. But for me, I prefer it. I mean, the Thunderdome without fake crowd noise would have been horrific. It was horrific anyway, but at least it was one level less horrific because it had a bit of atmosphere. Weird though that there was no one there. We knew there was no one there, yet we could still hear cheering. Weird, but at least it gave some sort of atmosphere. So yeah, for me, it's a sweetener. It's a sweetener. You know, when you're having a coffee and you maybe don't want sugar, you want an artificial sweetener instead. I don't know why. I don't know why people would do that. Just have sugar. Yeah, grow up. But some people want artificial sweeteners. It's just like that, isn't it? It's just like that. It's a sweetener. It's an artificial sweetener. In fact, it is just like that. It is an artificial, manufactured sweetener. There you go. Put that in your coffee. The way Kevin Owens came out in the ring and didn't answer Zayn, I thought for sure he was going to swerve us and turn heel on Zayn, said Richards. He was so dialed in, wasn't he? He came out and he was just so in the zone. Like that. There was no waving to the fans, hugging the babies. There was none of that. There was no high-fiving Sami Zayn. It was, you know what I mean, ready to go. Stunner! And there was even a little bit of bombastic side-eye. Bombastic side-eye. Like that. I saw some. Where he was looking over towards Sami like that. Just a little bit of bombastic side-eye. Just made me think, yeah, I was right with you. Is he going to do something? I don't want him to. I've seen Sami and Kevin so many times. I'm at the point where I don't actually think I've ever seen a different match. That's the only match I can remember. I don't remember any other wrestling matches in my life other than Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens. So I can't say that. I mean, they're always bangers, though. They're always a lot of fun, but I don't feel like I need to see it again. But apparently they pooed. Who pooed? Kirby? Who pooed? What's going on? Good evening, Bit, shout out to you. Or when they used NXT talent as a crowd, said WWE fan. Mark, sorry. Yeah. I mean, all of that was that a necessity, wasn't it? I mean, I'm not really going to be down on those because, I mean, that was the pandemic. And we just had to find a way of getting through. We couldn't have fans in attendance, so just had spread out NXT talent who I think it wasn't on the main roster, was it? I think was it on the main roster? It might have been, actually. Was they banging on the plexiglass? I remember them banging on the plexiglass. Do you remember when the plexiglass was a thing? Like, it surrounded, like, the ring, the plexiglass, and, like, you would get people banging on it. Try and create a bit of noise, whatever. Trying to think, like, did they do that for Raw and SmackDown, or was it only NXT? Because I remember it being NXT. Remember NXT having the plexiglass? I can't remember if it was Raw and SmackDown. Because the thing is, by the time we had brought in the plexiglass, I think that's about the same time we were going to the Thunderdome. And there wasn't any plexiglass in the Thunderdome because there's no one to protect. Because, fun fact, TV screens can't get COVID. Also, fun fact, I don't actually know if that's true. They might get COVID, I don't know. I don't want to be spreading fake news. I don't want that reputation. Maybe TV screens can get COVID, I don't know. But I don't remember there being any plexiglass for the TV screens. Kofi comes crashing down onto Riddle. If it was a choice of Thunderdome or no WWE, I would still pick Thunderdome every single time, said James. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I would do the same, but there are definite... This feels a bit bad what I'm about to say. I can feel that it feels a bit bad, right? In my heart, it feels bad saying it, but there are times, and quite often, where I would have chose no WWE over the Thunderdome stuff. Like, I really think it is at times. But, big but, Nicki Minaj size, but I think overall I still would have took it. If I could erase that whole period of time away, and it's just gone, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. So I suppose that means that I would rather have it than not have it. Because if it was that bad that I could just erase it and we all forgot about it, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. So I think I'm with you. But it doesn't escape the fact that it was trash. And there's good chunks of it I would get rid of. See you later, alligator. Big superplex by Riddle on Xavier New Hair Woods. Big superplex. I get what you mean. Some of it was complete. Yeah, I think we're on the same page on that one, James. I think we're on the same page. I would reluctantly keep it around, but don't you dare ever tell anyone. It's our dirty secret. Riddle trying to get over to make the tag of Drew. Kicks coming. Get off me, Xavier, with your new hair. Eric to the Viking Raiders. Trouble in Paradise. 1, 2. New Day. I didn't see a Viking Raider. There was a Viking Raider. Oh, there's the other Viking Raider. Yes. So one of the Viking Raiders grabbed Drew. And Riddle tried to make the tag, but Drew wasn't there because of Eric, and that allowed Kofi to secure the victory. So now we've got the Viking Raiders attacking. Valhalla screaming at Riddle. Valhalla did what you tend to do at school when someone's down. You go, ah, ah. She did that. Love it. Love to see it. Things I love to see. Is there a more attractive woman in the world than Valhalla? Amazing. The unhinged nature of that woman. Just don't know what she would do next. She might make love with you. She might eat you. Just don't know, do you? She might make a broth out of you. She looks like a woman that makes broth. Broth girl. Broth man. Na 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 na. Broth man. Right, Drew and Riddle lose to the New Day. Thanks to the Viking Raiders. Let's go. I'd take Katie Vick over Valhalla. Oof. At least she wouldn't be screaming at me when we were making sweet love, said David. Each to their own. Here's JD McDonough. I wanted to ask you about your relationship with Finn. Finn shaking his head. I've known Finn my whole life. This guy's like my older brother. Last week, we laid out Kevin and Sammy because of JD. Isria. Sorry, not sorry. I love the sorry, not sorry. Judgment Day only. Disrespect. They were going to talk about how they're going to deal with Sammy and Kevin, but Judgment Day only. J.D. McDonough was not unwelcome. She interrupted. She said sorry to Finn, and she was like, not sorry to JD. I like the nods. Rhea was like, Judgment Day only. She looked at Finn, nodded. Finn looked at her, nodded. Turned around to JD. There was like, You all right with this? I'm all right with this. How do you feel about this? I'm all right with this. There we go. So, JD and Finn backstage. Rhea wants to strategize. But Judgment Day only. Right. I want to see Chris Jericho one last time run in WWE, then retire in WWE, where his career started and ended it his way. Do you think he'll do that? What are your thoughts? I mean, he's not in the Hall of Fame, is he? I think he'll go in the Hall of Fame. So he'll go in the Hall of Fame. But like one last run in WWE. I don't know. I think that he is really enjoying being the elder statesman in AEW. I think he's really enjoying being like one of the top of the tree. I mean, he is a top guy. There's no two ways about it. I think he's got a really close relationship with Tony Khan, and I think that if he goes back to WWE, he would be getting booked by Triple H. I mean, it's weird, isn't it, wrestling? Do you know, there's parts of wrestling that you don't really think about, and that's one of them. Like the politics, the internal politics of like Triple H, who was in the locker room with Jericho. They were side by side, yeah, competing and going for titles and sharing jokes and, you know, whatever. Triple H was one of the boys. He ain't one of the boys now. And they've known for a long time that he was going to be elevated to a position of power. Well, he's in that position of power. I mean, he's head of creative. Is someone like Jericho from a politically going to want to go back and be booked by someone that was just in the locker room with him? It was just, I don't know. This is where like egos can sort of get a bit in the way. Might not be a problem. Might not be an issue. He might be perfectly happy to come back and be booked by Triple H. Might not even be a thing, but it could also be a thing. It could also be a thing where he's much happier being booked by Tony and working with Tony and having Tony's ear and being, you know, in my mind, I can see him being a little yappy lapdog to Tony, where he's just yapping away. Should we do this? Should we do that? How about we do this? How about we do that? I think he feels more listened to, more trusted. I think all of these things, I think, are probably heightened for him in AEW than they are in WWE. In WWE, you're just another brick in the wall. As Led Zeppelin once said, just another brick in the wall. And I think that he doesn't want to do that. So I don't know that he goes back. I think he goes in the Hall of Fame, but I don't know that he goes back. Could Finn and JD possibly tag tonight, said Dylan. That could be interesting. What's this? Oh. So we're seeing Shayna stomping down and breaking bones. Oh, I love the graphics of this. Seeing her like stomp down on someone's foot and their foot like breaking. So we've got look at that. That's great. The knee strike, and then you're seeing like the skull shatter. It's a really good video package, man. I really like it. Let the world burn. Is she coming out next? They've been doing that. Showing video packages, then bringing them out. I don't think she is, actually. We've gone to Michael Cole. Michael Cole and Wade Barrett on commentary. Right, we're talking about Chad and Mortal Kombat will sue, said Scottish Nightmare. What musical bands would you most like to have been in a Survivor series? That's interesting. I feel like you need a band that's got like loads of good and well-known members, you know? You could say like Oasis, but other than Noel and Liam, like, I don't think most people know the others. So it'd be a boring answer, but I feel like The Who, because I think a lot of people know Keith Moon, amazing drummer. People know Pete Townsend, the guitarist. People know Roger Daltrey, the singer. I think, is it John Entwistle, the bassist, might be one that people don't really know. But I think people like Keith Moon, definitely. You know, his drumming style was amazing. Pete Townsend, Roger, maybe The Who. Maybe The Who. I could do 3 of Queen. Freddie Mercury, Brian May, Roger Taylor. Don't think I know the other members, though. Oh, it's got to be the Beatles, isn't it? It's got to be the Beatles. Gunther says Chad's story ends tonight. Here's Chad. Yeah, it's got to be the Beatles. Everyone knows, you know, John, Paul, Peter, and Barry. So it's got to be them. BTS are popular, but I don't know their names. Isn't the one called Pink or something? Pink and Sunny D. Don't know. I'll go BTS and the Beatles. Dream match. Okay, Alpha Academy. She calls Gunther a disgusting ogre. There's only one thing left, so this match is going to go, man. Thank you! Shush! Shush, please. Shush, please. Thank you. Gable is seriously one of the most jacked guys in the company. Oh, Ellis Dub, get a room. Get a room. He's one of the most jacked guys, and he's got lovely eyes. And his personality as well. Oh, God, his dream is a dreamboat. Chad Dreamboat Gable. Get a room, mate. Get a room. Yeah. Jesus. Guys, please try and reduce the simping in the chat. Thank you. Unless it's for Valhalla. I'll allow that. I'll allow that. I think there's some urges that just can't be ignored. And any urges you feel towards Valhalla, the sexy little minx, sexy little Viking minx, that's fine. But, no, you know, I'll get out of control otherwise. Can't be all over the show. Did you see the dirt sheets get Rikishi and his brother mixed up? No, I didn't. I didn't. Lol. Gerald said, so he's not winning, right? No. Thank you. Let's ask the people. Let's go to the masses. Who wins? No, actually, who leaves as IC champ? It's better to ask that because Gable could win, but it might be DQ, mightn't it? Gable or Gunther, the King General. One of my cats had a seizure. First time I've ever seen it. It was violent. Thank goodness for 24-hour vets. Oh, God. Oh, God, that was proper scary. I'm sorry to hear that, Trini. I really am. I can't cope with pets not doing well. I can't cope with it. Do you know, I was around my cousin's earlier and his dog sitting. There's a neighbour going on holiday and the dog came, oh my God. This dog came in so excited and just couldn't wait to get off the lead. It was so exciting. It was just like, you know, when they have that 5 minutes of madness. It's just in the garden, back in the house again, up on the sofa, back on the floor, back outside, grabbing the basketball, shaking that around, bringing the basketball in the house, spitting it down on the floor, running back outside. It was like, he's having such a good time. He's having such a good time. You love to see it. Do you know what? There's something quite joyful about that, isn't there? Because you're watching a creature just living his best life. That's all he was doing, man. He was living his best life. What's that? Basketball. I'm having it. It's mine now. Do you know, I will joke all day long about punching children in the face. Don't even think twice about it. I don't even think twice about doing it. I can't joke about anything to do with, like, animals. Can't do it. I can't do it. So, Trini, I just imagine that was awful. Have you heard about Dylan Dennis Logan Paul drama? Only about someone being sued. If he loses, do you think WWE live crowds would tear him apart? But I don't know. Is he coming into WWE? Oh, we don't need him in WWE. Someone's got to lead the dance. You know, part of the reason as to why Logan Paul looks as good as what he does is because he only has to focus on the sizzle. He doesn't have to worry about the steak. He doesn't have to worry about the actual doing the match. He just does, he just hangs, does what he needs to do, and then gets the opportunity to do his big moments and, you know, steal the spotlight. He's good. I ain't laying into Logan. We've done that enough. He is very good. And if he was to commit to wrestling, as we've said a million times, he'd be incredible. But I don't think you can put him in a ring with Dylan Dennis and expect there to be a good match. Or dare I say, even a safe match. I don't even know that there would be a safe match if you put them two in a wrestling ring. So I think that's all chatter. I think it's all jibber jabber. Here's Gunther, the King General, making his way down. Let's go. Days, I know people want Gunther Gable to main event, but I see this match ending in DQ or outside interference rematch at Payback. Like, honestly, Gable could be the one. He could be the one. So if we do get some sort of screwy finish here, it could be, yeah, that Gable wins and it sets up a rematch. I don't know when he breaks the record, though. Gable really could be the guy. He could be the guy. But it can't be tonight because the record doesn't get broken tonight. It can't be tonight. Championship. Let's go, man. Let's go. I think we all just want to sit back, relax, and enjoy this. Gable looks good. Cena's going to go to India and say they deserve a WrestleMania. Did you tweet that out? That's good. You should tweet that out. That's good. That's good. That's good. General Gunter. They could bid as well, couldn't they? A lot of people there. I reckon if they did a WrestleMania in India, I reckon they would sell 80,000 tickets on day one. Imagine that. Imagine that. I reckon they would, you know. 90,000, I reckon they could do day one in ticket sales. No problem. Right, here we go. Gable and Gunther circling rounds and they lock up. Great match so far. Great match. Really enjoying it. It's living up to the expectations. Gunther in the middle as Gable stays on the outsides. Love the CGI. I know it's a small thing, but I love the CGI Intercontinental Championship belt above the ring. Looks really cool. Just like circling around the ring. Just this looks really cool. I love how we take our time with the announcements as well. It's not just another match. We make sure to get across this is for the Intercontinental Championship. Right, you got to be quick when you're doing the votes. I'm not really sure why, because I could leave the poll going, but I'm not going to. I've ended the poll, and 68% of people think Gunther is winning. 31% think Chad Gable, though. Does that mean that 31% of people think that the record is not being broken here? Or, like, it... Because if Gunther holds it for, like, another... I think it's, like, 20-odd days, he becomes the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. Just can't see it. It feels like we're too close to it, doesn't it? Well, I think it feels like we're too close to it, but 31% of people have spat in my face, slapped me across the face and said, no, you idiot. His reign is done. His reign is over. It's done. It's over. It's Chad Gable's time. Stop going on about records that don't matter, boomer. When it's Chad's time, it's Chad's time, and it's Chad's time right now. I hear you. I hear you, 31%. I hear you. Commercial break coming up. I tweeted you that. I've tagged you in it. Oh, I'll retweet it. It's good, that is, James. Repost. I did a cheeky repost. Cheeky little repost. Right. Let's go, baby. Jay Love said, I'm sick of Cena, and I was a huge fan, but I'm over him now. To be honest, it just feels a little bit... It just feels a little bit like, oh, we need to... We need to just get a bit of buzz for this. Let's see if we can get Cena and bring him in and boost. It's not like he comes in and really does anything seemingly that meaningful, I mean, even for WrestleMania, I mean, really, what did he do in the build to Theory? He did a promo that killed Theory. And that's all I remember. And then we got to WrestleMania. I thought the match was really poor. And then at Money in the Bank, lovely surprise. People popped. He's a big star. And then, said the WrestleMania thing. But it's just, I don't know. I don't feel like you get really anything satisfying out of Cena at the moment. He's capable of it, though. He's capable of it. Sammy and KO against Judgment Day for the 14th time in 3 months. Are we just struggling with star power and depth, or just not having a consistent, strong main event to keep people watching for 3 hours? I think I can't really say that it's depth, because they haven't done anything. You could have tried with some of the other stars that you've got. You could have built them up. You could have found a way. Like, we could have main evented tonight with Gunther and Chad Gable. We didn't have to main event. But what I would say is that tonight we're in Canada, so it does make sense to have Kevin and Sammy in the main event tonight. So I can't say I'm too down on that. But it is true, these have been meeting on a fairly regular basis. So I don't know that it's a case. You got to take it. Got to look at each one in isolation, And I think that tonight it makes sense that Sammy and Kevin headline. But I think that there is an over-reliance on the same names. And to be perfectly truthful, I think the Bloodline story has worked really well on SmackDown, really well. And I think that they're looking to try and do something similar on Raw, but only then don't have Bloodline. They've got Judgment Day. So there's a kind of a template, isn't there, really, for a successful show? You've got to think that whenever you're doing booking, you're largely fumbling around in the dark for like what people want. You can look at stats and everything, but still there's an element of guesswork. I think people will like this. When you put in new matches together, I think this is what people will want. I think we can get some good segments out of this. But there is a bit of like trial and error. Well, with the Bloodline, you've just had this massive success, which is, you can see in the numbers. So I can't really be down on them for looking at that and going, let's just do that on Raw. Let's take that template of starting the show with an act, revisiting them several times throughout the show, and then having them in the main event and doing it like consistently week after week after week. Let's take that template, which I'm calling the Bloodline template, and let's drop it onto Raw, and let's copy that and go with that. So I don't think it's a lack of depth. I think it's more a structure. I think it's more a template. It's worked on SmackDown and done those ratings well. So let's see if we can do it on Raw. But as I said, tonight it makes sense for them to main event because of Sammy and Kevin. Right, we've got Chad Gable down on his hands and knees. Oh, he's collapsed. He can't even make it to the corner. Look at Gunther. Gunther's like, this is who you think can beat me. This. Mr. Thank You. Crowd are trying to get behind Gable, though. Slight Gable chants. Breaking out. Kick there by Gable. Edge should wrestle Orton as his final match, says Mr. Cardinal. Hodgepodge Fun said, who's excited for John Cena returning at the start of September? I think there's some. Okay, we got Chad going up. Oh, man. Looking for a big clothesline. Chad Gable goes down. Gunther, 2. Kick out by Chad's. Heavy shots. Heavy shots there by Gunther. Look at this. Mid-air. Boom. Massive chop. Huge chop. Massive clothesline. Huge clothesline. 1, 2. Kick out again. Yeah, Chad is taking a lot of punishment. It's going to be so good when he starts making his comeback. When he starts making his comeback, it's going to be good, man. Yeah. So he's down at the moment. He's been brutalized. The Ring General goes against the ropes. Yeah, good takedown. And 2. Chop. Down. Sleeper hold applied by Gunther. It's not very tight. I'd like to see Gunther having it a bit tighter than he's got it there. I think he could get away with that being a lot tighter, actually. Chad is fading a little bit here. Chad is struggling. Gunther rolling over. He's on the back of Chad's. Chad getting up to his feet. He's still got Gunther around the back. Big shot there as Gable goes back to the corner. Explodes out the corner against the ropes. Gable. Forearm strike. Against the ropes again. Forearm strike. Duck underneath. Gable. Oh, another sleeper hold. I mean, I love Gunther and I want Gable to look good here. I have no problem with Gable being the one. I have no problem with him being the one that finally ends this reign. I just don't think it's going to be tonight, personally. Do you think we'll get John Cena against Jinder? And if so, is there any reason to care, said John. There's probably no reason for us to care, but I'm sure the people of India will care. Knee strike coming in. I don't know that it'll be him against Jinder. I mean, you'd look at it right now and say no, but to be honest, you don't need much of a build there, do you? Jinder's a heel manager. He can still wrestle. Of Indian descent. I believe he's actually Canadian, but he's of Indian descent. And him against John Cena would make sense. Kick by Gunther. Trying to kick out at and break this ankle lock, and he does. Shot coming in there by Gunther. Takedown. Takedown by Chad Gable, who's wailing away right now. All over the Ring General. Oh, another big chop. Slapping and chopping and grabbing Gunther. Oh, lovely work. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Kick out by Gunther. We knew they were going to give these guys some time. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. We've got a "This is awesome" chant that's broken out. This is awesome. This is awesome. So Chad's gets knocked to the outside into the barricades. Referee starting to count him out. So he got knocked into the barricades. We are into the... Well, we've just done the first hour. We're into the second hour now. Oh, my God. That chop. That chop. Gunther jumps out the ring. Oh, massive shot. It's my ring. Big slap coming in there by the Ring General. And again, another. He pushes Chad into the ring post. Gunther goes into the ring post. Oh, my God. German suplex into the timekeeper's area. Wow, what a finish. Wow, what a finish. Chad Gable wins by countout. Wins by countout is celebrating, but he ain't getting the title. So Chad Gable celebrating away, celebrating that victory. He's really acting like he's won the title, but he knows that he's not got the IC belt. He's beaten Gunther, though, by countout. And that is sick. That is sick. German suplex into the timekeeper's area. Here is Imperium. Imperium have come down. They're shouting at Samantha Irvin. Still the Intercontinental Champion. So Gunther keeps his championship. Sit on that. Sit on that, says Chad. I hope we interview Chad backstage and ask him, like, why was you celebrating? Like you just won the championship? And then he could say, because I know I will get a rematch. And maybe next time it'll be no count out. And that would make sense. That was such a good moment. Such a good moment. Okay, so right now we're with Judgment Day. That was great. They're trying to work out who should be in this tag team. And he was like, Dom, what do you think? He's like, I think you're both amazing. I think you're both so good. Mummy, have you got anything to add here? Anything you want to say, Mummy? Rhea said, sort it or I'll make the decision. I love that from Dom, though. I think you're both so good. I really rate you both. Mummy, you got anything to add? Anything you want to say here? I think this is going well, guy. I think this is going well. Feels like it's going well. Lex Luger's booking Raw. Yes, we're going to get the Chad Express now. Right, we backstage with Cody. It was a good finish. It was a good finish. A German suplex into the timekeeper's area is sick. Sick. Days, puffing on a cowboy bob cob. What is your favorite wrestling magazine cover? Mine is WWF March 88. Please search and show. RIP, old school, great magazines. Well, I feel like you've put me in a position now where I have to do that. Because now everyone's going to want to know what March 1988 looks like, aren't they? So I would just look like an idiot if I didn't do it now. I think this was during a phase where they did a lot of this, actually. They did a lot of this, putting just faces on the cover. I had this one. Andre. Giant Rage thunders around Hulk. Ultimate Warrior, a strange new presence in the WWF. One man gang. Can he bulldoze Bigelow? Can he? Survivor Series results. Bam Bam Blazes. What's that mean? What's that mean? Bam Bam Blazes. Plus all other results. The nation's #1 wrestling magazine. That is a fact. That is a fact. He looks really unsure of himself, doesn't he, Andre? He looks really uncertain. Like, have you took the picture? Have you took the picture? No, I'm doing it now. Oh no, I literally just did it, you idiot. I like that one as well. Bum, 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 bum. Crazy, isn't it? Brutus the Barber. Still strutting and cutting. Demolition versus Strike Force. Mattel seriously hurt. SummerSlam 88, the exclusive preview. Haku crowned wrestling's new King of the Ring. Brother Love, a strange new presenter. No, a strange new presence in WWE. Wasn't that used before? They said that exact same thing about Ultimate Warrior. In March 1988, Ultimate Warrior, a strange new presence in WWF. And then in September, Brother Love, a strange new presence in WWF. What's with all these strange new presences? They love that line, though, don't they? How have we just randomly looked at two separate magazine covers from the same year, and they've both got the same, like, description in the thing? Do you know what? Not enough people are saying this. But the people that worked at WWF Magazine in 1988 were phoning it in. They were phoning it in. They had a template, didn't they, that they were working with. Oh, does someone news come in? What? How should we word it? Oh, just say a strange new presence in WWF. We've got this new tag team that are coming in. What should we say? Just say a strange new presence. There's not really anything strange about it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Just say strange new presence. Doesn't matter. The Undertaker arrived. 1990. So what should we say? Well, we've used strange new presence 57 times in the past year. It really fits this time. Go with it again. Go with it again. Right, Gunther's upset. I'm going to make this right. What are you going to do? Well, it's not their fault. Why is it their fault? Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Talking about last week. What the hell's wrong with JD McDonough, says Cody. Looking like a Funko Pop. We're going to take a walk. We're taking a walk. Where are we going? Get a coffee. I'm going to introduce you to some friends. Okay. This will be good. We're going through a curtain into Gorilla. Who's in Gorilla? Who's around? Is Triple H there? Was Vince there? I think I saw Vince. Were these the friends he was going to... Just the crowds? I thought we were going to see some actual, like, people, you know, like Shorthand Sammy or someone. This is my friend, Johnny Two Belts. Because he always wears trousers so loose, he has to wear two belts. So, Quebec. It's not as good without his music, is it? It just came walking out. It's all a bit cash. Since we're out here, what would you like to talk about? All in. All in London ticket sales. He's saying hello to the commentators. Why? It's like a JBL Cole Show reunion. That's a blast from the past, isn't it? Remember when they used to do that? The JBL and Cole Show. There's one place. If there's one place on the map where numbers don't matter, it would be down the road from where Sami Zayn and KO grew up. Is he saying that numbers don't matter in Quebec? Is he saying that they're all too stupid to understand what the numbers mean? That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. If there's one place where numbers don't matter, it's here in Quebec. Because this lot flipping stupid. They can't even tie their own shoelaces. Idiots. Numbers don't mean anything. They're just squiggles around here. No one ain't got a flip. Ain't got a clue. So confused when they go to a restaurant. Wow, that was weird, wasn't it? Weird. Weird little promo. Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes. Smurfatoon said, I can't tie my shoelaces also. Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, I have Velcro. Super easy. Straight over. I can have it as tight. I can have it as tight or as loose as I want. Right, we're going to Shinsuke. Dylan said, Byron Saxon's a strange new presence. Well done, Dylan. Well done. Well done. Well done. What could I have said to have filled him with fear? Seth is a man who acts like he has it all. He's charismatic, he's a champion. But I know Seth. And I know his weaknesses. Marshmallows. I whispered to Seth, I know about your back. Seth's back has been broken for many years. He lives in pain. Oh my God, I flipping love this. I love this. That pain creates a void inside of him, no matter how successful he is. When he hugs his wife, he's in pain. When he picks up his child, he is in pain. He is a world champion. Oh my God, this is so good. This is so good. And now his worst fears are coming true. Oh my God, this is so good. This is too good. Because now when they have a match and he goes backbreaker and all of that, we all know that Seth's back's made of fiberglass. I think that's quite tough, actually. Normal glass. That means like every backbreaker, everything that's going to involve the back, it's just going to add to the drama of the encounter. I know about your back. Pervert. In all fairness, I say the exact same thing to Raquel Rodriguez. I know about your back because all you do is show it all the time. Under the pressure, under his own vanity. Are you satisfied, Seth? Are you satisfied with what you have done? Because I will not be satisfied until I take this burden from you, when I break you once and for all. Oh my God, it's so good. I love it. I love you. I love you. Love you, Shinsuke. Love you, Shinsuke. Love you, Shink. Brilliant. This is amazing, said Let Him In. Oh, it's going to really add to the drama of the match. It's going to really add to it. Back live 1 week from Saturday. Saturday. This is my brutality. This is the Shinsuke I want, said Horatio Mines. This is the Shinsuke we don't deserve. I don't deserve it. You lot might deserve, I don't deserve it. Right, Rippers. Rippers making her way down. Old Rippers. Don't know why. Is she facing? You're back. Oh my God. Dominic Mysterio. She is the Women's World Champion. Rhea Ripley. Let's go. Rhea Ripley, Candice LeRae coming up next. We have the best sunsets on Lake Erie, said A.B. Jobson. Right, she's whispering something to Dom. She just said, I know about your back. That's what she just whispered. What are we meant to do when we're presented with Raquel Rodriguez? We're meant to worship. We're meant to just drop down to our knees and worship. I don't know what we're meant to do. I don't do anything, to be honest. What I do is this amazing segment from Shinsuke Nakamura, a video package on this week's Raw. And, oh, this is so good. This is so good. We finally found out what he whispered to Seth Rollins. And honestly, the leading theory was Hell in a Cell, because we know they're facing. So him saying that, and obviously raising the stakes for their match, that was the leading theory, but it wasn't. And actually, I think this is better. What he said was, I know about your back. Now, that might not make much sense at first, but what Shinsuke would then go on to explain is that Seth is struggling with a back injury, and he has been for years. And every time he hugs Becky, every time he picks up his daughter, it hurts. It's painful. He's in pain. He's in constant pain. And Shinsuke knows. So it's one thing to know. Obviously, it means that he's going to target. It means that when these two face each other at Payback, Shinsuke is going to go after that back. And this is going to be a real challenge for Seth to keep a hold of his championship. And if he loses the championship, at least we know that Seth lost it and why he lost it, and that he wasn't 100%. And the extra drama that's going to come from backbreakers and any kind of work that Shinsuke is going to do to target Seth's back is only going to add to the drama of that match. This is better because it makes a normal match better. You don't need a stipulation. Don't need this to be Hell in a Cell or anything like that. You can always do a Hell in a Cell further down the road if you want to go there. But this makes just a normal one-on-one match even more intriguing. I love it. I love it. I think this is brilliant. I'm so excited for this match, and I'm so pleased Shinsuke's getting this opportunity. And we're starting to see some real psychology here. And I just think this is brilliant. So, yeah, I know about your back. That's what Shinsuke whispered to Seth last week. Let's go. We are at commercial break. Commercial break. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. We are going to Rhea against Candice. That's going to be our next one. Miss Clown said, did Shinsuke said he knew about my back? Your back, Miss Clown. He said, I know about Miss Clown's back. That's what he said. John Cena is being shown on my screen. The time is now. John Cena returns. He returns 1 week from Friday. Going to India for the first time in his career. That's amazing. First time in his career he's going to India. How have we never been to India with John Cena before? They flipping love him in India. Is Candice then? Hey Cody, I know about your peck, said Andrew. Yes. Hey Cody, I know about your peck. I watched Hell in a Cell and I saw your recovery videos. Okay, so obviously these two have not really faced before, but there's been interactions. Here's what he said. Okay. But will they be able to see him in India? Good question. Good. He's going, but they won't be able to see him. Cena sucks. Right, Candice has made her way down. We're about to get underway with this. We're almost at the halfway point of the episodes. These two linking up. Big shots coming in there by Rippers. Throwing down some big clubbing blows. As Candice is in the corner, she rolls up Rhea. Candice goes back. Indy, obviously, in Candice's corner. Dirty Dom pops up. Indy grabs Dom, pulls him off the apron. Candice, crossbody. Backbreaker. And again, picks her up, looking for a riptide. No, can't quite get it. No, reversed. Good reversal there by Candice. Candice looking for a springboard moonsault. 1, 2. Kick out by Rhea. Hey, Vince and Shane, I know about your quads. Love it. I do love the idea of just going around just telling people that have been very publicly injured that we know about their injury. Hey, Bruno Sammartino, I know about your death. It's too soon. Lovely cloverleaf by Rhea. Monday Night Mammy, getting the job done. I love that. And look at the strength as well. I mean, she's really got Candice. She's holding her up here. I mean, in all fairness, Candice is about the same size as flipping Tinkerbell, but still, a dub's a dub, innit? It is. Here is Raquel Rodriguez. I hope she'll show us her back before she does anything first. I hope she comes out. Where's she got a crutch? She doesn't need it. I was going to say, why have we got to a crutch? Look. And Rhea's like, look, she's got a crutch. Ah! Oh, you got a bad leg, have you? You got a bad leg. Throws the crutch to Rhea. Rhea goes down. Oof. Rhea going into the barricades. Dun, 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 dun. Big clubbing blows here by Rhea. Raquel. Big shot to the midsection. I tell you what, it's a big fight, this. This will be such a great match. Oh, my God! Oh my God. Did you see that clothesline? Oh my God. Raquel. She just clotheslined her way into my heart, man. That was fantastic from Raquel. Great bump that Rhea took. She's now medically cleared. So she went with the right arm clothesline. Missed, Rhea ducked underneath, but she came back with the left. Oh, she took her head off, man. Took her head off. So it's going to be Raquel versus Rhea at Payback. What? I'm going to take that WWE Women's World Championship, says Raquel Rodriguez. That was cool. Official. Do you know who I am? I'm Rhea Bloody Ripley, says Rhea Bloody Ripley. Raquel's one of the best on the roster right now, honestly, says Gerald's. Amazing. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, Shinsuke said he knows about Raquel's back. We all know about Raquel's back. Awesome! I came to play. I came to play. There's a price to pay. Get down on your knees and say. So Miz is going to take on someone bigger and stronger than anyone that LA Knight has faced before. Perhaps he's going to face himself, because sometimes those are the toughest battles. Mami beats Raquel, right? Well, it is time for
halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Boom. Ronnie said, why are Raw superstars on SmackDown, vice versa? You get the odd one that pops over to the other show every now and then. Said before, I think when it comes to the brand split lets you know what brand that superstar is based on. But for me, it doesn't mean that they have to only be on that show. So, yeah, you do see a little crossover every now and then. Larry said 625. Andrew said 7.5. Ohio Buckaroo says Mammy out of 10. Maka said, do you think Raquel beats Rhea? I think she is the one that's going to beat Rhea, but it would feel maybe a bit soon. So I don't know. Can we stall it? Can we find a way maybe of someone interfering, which means that Raquel has to go into a feud and Rhea can carry on with the title, and then Raquel maybe get it at WrestleMania 40? I'm going to say she doesn't win it this time. Chris said 675. Steven said 5. Richard said 7.6. Irish Rebel with a 6. CBD Young with a 7. Godfather So said, we're about to see LA cost Miz this match. Jay says 5. George said, I vote for Bailey's Lemon Pound Cake. Legend Killer said 6. LD Cool says, oops. Hagen Daz said Raquel might be a fun heel, but as a face right now, she's stale. Not her fault, but maybe it is. Gooball said, if you had to pick one person from AEW to dethrone Roman Reigns, who would it be? Ricky Starks. Ricky Starks. I wouldn't go like Kenny Omega. He's had such injury problems. I don't know how much he's got in him. I think whoever beats Roman really should be someone that's going to be around for a little while that we can really get the most out of. They're going to be like a big future star. You know, it's going to be a big push. So the obvious answers feel like Kenny or CM Punk. Well, CM Punk doesn't need it. Kenny might benefit from it because obviously his exposure in America has been really good on AEW, but being in WWE would be the next level up. So Kenny, you could make the argument, but the only thing that would hold me back there is I don't know how long Kenny would be in WWE for. So I don't know. Kenny would definitely be in my thoughts. But I think if you got Ricky Stark, I think you're getting someone that's very charismatic, someone that can wrestle, he can cut promos. Is one for the future. I think I'd be looking at Ricky. But I would be sitting there going, have I done the right thing? Have I done the right thing? Should I have gone with Kenny Omega? Oh. Right, we've got Tommaso Ciampa. Let's see what Ciampa's got to say. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want that Intercontinental title. This close. Tommaso Ciampa's talking about being this close. Came back to be the guy. I'm going to be the change that I want to see. I really love this from Tommaso. Oh, he is here to take over the game. Triple H. Well, he didn't say Triple H, but good promo. Really like that from Tommaso. Why are they chanting? Were they asking for Maurice? There's booze. Okay, so promo from The Miz first. Right. Everyone's blaming me for costing LA Knight his opportunity. There's no room for excuses. Main event of WrestleMania, The Rock messed with my match. I'm not a trend. Trends come and go. I'm a game changer. "20 years from now, you'll remember LA Knight as a blip on the radar." Not The Miz, though. The Miz is a game changer. He's a channel changer. Spears! Did he say Adam Spears? I want to hear, did he say Adam Spears? Hoobastank. Do you remember that band? LA Knight's not on my level. Adam Spears! Adam Spears! Ah! He's got Britney on the brain. Leave Britney alone! Leave Britney alone! I spoke to Adam Spears. It's funny, right? It's funny because that's not his name. It's not his name. His name's Adam Pearce. It's not Britney Spears. Here's Akira Tozawa, by the way. Is this the biggest match of your career? Yeah. Yeah. You didn't even let me finish there, Akira. You didn't even let me finish, mate. Yeah. Yeah. I'm giving you an opportunity of a lifetime. Smile on the face of Akira. Kick to the face. So he kept saying, yeah. He wasn't really saying it the right way, though, was he? Like, it's more like, yeah. Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Akira Tozawa, honestly, isn't that bad of a wrestler, said Gooball. When did Akira Tozawa become the Michael Jordan of modern jobbers? Here's LA Knight. Why is the Miz surprised? Tozawa drop kicking. So he chucked some tissues at the Miz. Over the top rope goes the Miz. Is onto the commentary table. Before he was made into a joke that Asian was the best in starred PM. I don't know what that is. Or starred PM? Star DPM. Star DPM? Is that a promotion? Star DPM? I've never heard of him. He gets monster pop after monster pop. People do like Akira Tozawa, in all fairness. And I think they do want better for him. Michael Cole was once a Miz fanboy, said Smurfy Tunes. Is Tozawa going to win his first match in ages? Come on, everyone! Akira, 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 Akira. Let's go. Coach Coach said, stick if you don't do, I hiccup, you're either going to stick up, get it. Stick if you don't do, I hiccup, you're either gonna stick up, get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. James said, I heard R-Truth is close to returning. Don't know how true that is. I wish New Day and LA Knight and Owens were in Winnipeg when I was there, said Jamie. Dragon Gate. Oh, was he in Dragon Gate, was he? That would make sense. Give Tozawa a chance. All we are saying. Give Akira Tozawa a chance. Hashtag give Akira. Oh, forget it. I can't be bothered. I can do give Naomi a chance. I ain't typing out give Akira Tozawa a chance. Forget it. Just forget it. Chance over. Looks like Tozawa's losing streak is over tonight. Angry Dragon. Slang? Angry Dragon? What's that slang for? Angry Dragon. Let's have a Madden. Let's go out and let's have an Angry Dragon tonight, shall we? What's that? It's a Madden, isn't it? Going out, gonna have a Madden. Whoa, it's gonna be a rave. It's gonna be wild. We're gonna have an Angry Dragon. It's probably not that. But that's what I would make it if I got to choose what it stood for. Put Tozawa in NXT, said Max. Type it into Urban Dictionary, said Samuel. What? Angry Dragon? Okay. Urban Dictionary. Angry Dragon. I like Madden though. It should be that. Immediately after you Immediately after you do something. I've never seen that. Google it if you want. Google it if you want. Apparently you can get an Angry Dragon mug. God only knows what's on that. There's a lovely, if you did wonder how you could use it in a sentence, there's a suggestion here. I gave your mom an Angry Dragon last night. It's good, isn't it? So you can use it in a sentence that way. I mean, I'm not going to read what this says. And if you go to Urban Dictionary and search for yourself, then you'll see why. And I'm disgusted in this community. I just want you to know that I am disgusted. I am so innocent and lovely that in my mind it was a mad night out. In all fairness, that also sounds like a mad night out. That does also sound like a mad night out. So in a way, I was not totally wrong. Just I was coming from a much more pure point of view. Days, do you listen to Motorhead? Do I listen to Motorhead? Not really. A few bits. A few bits. But not loads. Take over by Tozawa. James said, would you like to see the light heavyweight title return? Yes. But I would like to see it booked as strong as like the world heavyweight title. We've spoke before about the cruiserweight belt and how I think that division had legs. I think you could have done something with that, and I think they botched it. Miz on his feet going over to LA Knight. Okay. Tozawa. Little bit sloppy, but a good attempt. Tozawa jumping on the table, jumping off, trying to hit a Hurricanrana. LA Knight on commentary right now. Tozawa is up. Oh, tries to senton down. Knees up by the Miz. I know how you feel about the death matches, but what would you feel if AEW brought in hardcore deathmatch title? Tozawa wins. Tozawa wins. He was momentarily distracted. Miz said to LA Knight, you are nothing. Tozawa gets... You did it. So Tozawa has picked up a victory over the Miz. LA Knight's gonna... A blunt force trauma by LA Knight. So, Blunt Force Search Armor by LA Knight. And it's a victory for Tozawa. A deathmatch title. Yeah, it's not my match type. I know there's people that are into it. I think it would just be like another belt, wouldn't it? I don't think we need another belt. LA Knight leaves a tissue for The Miz. Backstage, we've got Drew and Riddle. I appreciate your enthusiasm. This ain't gonna work, says Drew. McRiddle? We've got a name for you, McRiddle. Are you loving it? Are you loving it? McRiddle? Are you loving it? Oh, that's good. Are you loving it? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Thanks for having that back out there tonight. I ruined it. Riddle ruined it. McRiddle. Don't give up on us. Okay. McRiddles. William, shout out to you. Pulled off the road, ran into a gas station. I'm getting rid of the demon that has crawled up my arse. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. Sorry to hear about that. You might want to fumigate your cabin. McRiddle and Knackin' Fart said, erase your minds. McRiddle is a strange new presence in WWF, yes. You can see the magazine cover right now. You can see the magazine cover right now. Coach, shout out to you, buds. Please, I hope this makes sense. It is, these streams, they are a challenge at times. Trying to find a way forward through just a sea of randomness. Coach Co said, eating fish poop. Let's stick with it. I'm a big believer in seeing where things go. Eating fish poop is not a common practice. I think we can all agree. I think we can all agree. And it's genuinely not recommended. Yep. Okay. So far, checks out. So far, so good. Fish waste or poop contains harmful substances. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking around the room. I'm not seeing much disagreement so far. I think I'm just relieved that I understand the message as well. Like, everything about this is fine so far. I mean, should it be on a wrestling stream? No. No. It's got anything to do with Raw. A little bit. But not wrestling. But we'll stick with it. It contains harmful substances and bacteria that can be unhealthy for humans to consume. That's it. End of the message. A Kojiko message that makes sense, that I understand. Long ago, I gave up expecting it to be about wrestling, but just the words in the sentence actually go together and my brain can understand what is being communicated. It's a low bar, but that message passes that bar. Thank you. Thank you, Kojiko. I appreciate the support and I appreciate the fact I understand what the flip you are saying. Sonny says, be right back. Dean said we need some lemons in the chat. Coach Co is quite the individual, said LS Dub. Blaze said, I guess I should put down my fish poop sandwich then. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. It's not... We've all learnt something today, haven't we? We've all learnt something today. LS Dub said, Coach Co making sense. Let's go. Let's go. Tingling said, fish poo is like caviar. It comes out of very expensive fish bottoms. Isn't caviar are fish eggs, though, aren't they? I think there's a big difference between eggs and poop, because I once had an English breakfast with bacon, sausage, beans, toast, and a fried egg, and it was lovely. And then I once had an English breakfast with bacon, sausage, beans, toast, and fried poop. And it wasn't as good. It wasn't as good. So I'm a big believer. Call me an idiot. Call me an idiot. I am quite happy for this to be out there on the internet. I'm a real big believer in there being a big difference between eggs and feces. Just my personal opinion. Just my personal opinion. So I think caviar's all right. If someone's trying to sell you caviar from they're like, this is just like caviar. It just comes out the bum. That's all. Just comes out their bum. Just comes out their bum. But it's just like caviar. I mean, small. Parts of it are circular. It'll be fine. I'll even do it cheaper than caviar. I'll only charge you half the price of caviar. Don't go for it. Don't have it. It's not worth it. Right, I think we've definitely analysed that Coach Co message, and I appreciate it, Coach Co. Right, they're just banging on about John Cena again. John Cena's return to WWE confirmed. It's now been confirmed. The champ is coming back. John Cena will return, set for 9/1 SmackDown. Also, head into India for Superstar Spectacle. Right, here is Damian Priest. To be honest, I don't feel like you trust him. Right. Huh? What did Dominic say? I didn't hear what Dominic said. Chucky. Come on, Dom. Come on, Dom. What did you say, Dom? We're going to do it my way. And Dom said... Oh, it's foreign. I didn't understand it. Even with it turned up, I didn't understand it. I don't know what he said. Well, we'll find out later. Why is she the boss of everyone? Said Miss Clown. I don't know. She's not the boss of Raquel Rodriguez. Here is Big Time. Last week was when we were fighting in the concourse. Trish and Zoe finding out. Steel cage match. Payback. It's going to be at Payback. Steel cage match at Payback. Tell you what, this Payback card looks good, man. This Payback card looks good. Steel cage match. 1 week from Saturday. This Saturday, we've got Usyk versus Daniel Dubois in boxing for the, I think, 3 of the 4 heavyweight boxing titles of the world. Big fight. And then next week, and then on Sunday, we got All In. And then next week, got Payback, haven't we? What a time to be alive. The man. Let's go. The only person that can save this match with Trish versus Becky as Lita. Please bring Lita back, said Jarrett. This is going to be Trish's first ever steel cage match. Comes down to legacy. What are you in control of? What are you not in control of? My legacy won't be defined by wins or losses. She's going to be defined by her survival. You can break my bones, you can tear my ligaments, but I will always come back. Because she is unstoppable. Oh, I'm getting a real sense of girl power here. She always fights. It's a peel cage match. Oh, very good. Very good. A peel cage match. A bit yellow. I hope they paint the cage yellow. Make it in the shape of a lemon. She spoke to Adam Pierce. She called him Adam Pierce. Who's that? I only know Adam Spears. God, Undertaker. Undertaker's here. Undertaker, the dead man. The dead man. The Phenom. The Undertaker. Oh, sorry, my mistake. It was Trish. It's Trish. I thought that was Undertaker and Paul Bearer. Okay, she's talking about being emotional at being home in her country. Like, one person says, thank you, Trish, and she's like, thank you. Merci beaucoup, Quebec. That means, where is the bathroom? To be here in Quebec City, we're all waiting for the swerve. Because it means absolutely nothing. This isn't Montreal. This isn't Montreal. At least the Leaves made the playoffs. Go Leaves. Go Trees. Go nature. Woo! Nature, nature, nature. Greta loved that joke, by the way. Loved it. Right now, Greta Thunberg is on the floor in tears. Mainly over the climate. Here's Trish and Zoe stepping into the ring. She's always bruised, isn't she, Trish? Every time I see her, she seems to have marks on her body. What are they chanting? I don't even know what they're chanting. Yeah. It's French. I don't understand. I like her shirt. It says Mercy Baku Trish. She's got a Mercy Baku Trish shirt on. That's so good. That's so good, isn't it? Mercy Baku Trish. Sounds like they're saying you're not Otis. I thought they were saying Walter Raleigh. Walter Raleigh. It is about time Walter Raleigh got some love. Walter Raleigh. Christopher Columbus. Is she scared? Is she scared? Is she scared? Am I scared? Am I scared? Is she scared? Are you scared? Is she scared? Oh, yeah, she is scared. Yeah, she's scared. She said she's scared. She is scared. But was she scared when she was 24? And stepping into a ring for the first time? Was she scared when she was the first female to main event Raw? Yes, she was. She's scared a lot, isn't she? That's what I've learned about Trish. Scared a lot. You want to shove me into a steel cage? Well, guess what? I will stand tall. Yes. Walter Raleigh. Trish is like, I don't understand. I also don't understand. You want to talk about survival? I find myself once again having to prove myself. I'm sick and tired of having to prove myself to everyone. You won't survive this one. B word. She used the B words. I won't say it. Oh, I'm so scared. Okay, let's go. It sounds like show your puppies. Oh. I'd like to think we were a more advanced crowd now. Hang on, so what? Falls count anywhere next week. Next week. Balls count anywhere. Becky, Zoe, next week. Oh, here's Chelsea. Let's go. I love Chelsea. Becky put the Undertaker's hat on. Oh, she got intimidated, didn't she, into having a new partner? As soon as you find a new partner, we'll be ready, says Caden and Katana. I was going to hold auditions. If you want to leave your name and number. I'm your new partner. Go. I really want to see Chelsea intimidated. Chelsea, Piper, backstage. Brian. Regardless, I handled it. Now we're going to do what champions do. This chemistry is off the chart. Did I stutter? Move. It was a bit quiet. Okay, Chelsea and Piper. There's a few little technical problems there. You don't tend to get technical issues in WWE that often, considering the amount of stuff they do. But it just felt like the microphone was a bit quiet there. Okay, Caden and Katana taking on Chelsea and Piper. Should be all right. Should be pretty fun. Let's go. Chelsea is iconic. She called him Brian. Brian Spears. Where's the manager at? Because Chelsea is in an abusive relationship, said Justin. What's next for Kevin and Sammy after they lose the belts? Don't know. Don't know when they're going to lose them, to be honest. I think we've got a little way to go. I don't know that that's happening anytime soon. I'd be fine with it happening soon. Because I'm not massively into Sammy being in the tag division. Katana. Chelsea is so funny. She's great. Nia Jax is rumored to be returning, said T85. She called him Brian. But I smell a title switch, said Dad Stuff. Oh. If you show your puppies, I'm pretty sure that the stream's view will go ×10, said Samantha. I don't have any puppies, unfortunately. I do have a dog, but she's fat. And I don't think that my views will go ×10 if I show off a fat dog. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. She's fat. I don't know. People do like dogs. If that crowd were chanting for puppies, I mean, it just shows that there's a lot of love for animals in the WWE universe. A lot of love. Could you imagine if she did cut a promo with a couple of puppies in her hands? I mean, Zoe would have to hold the microphone for her whilst Trish held these couple of puppies. Sometimes you do have to just give the crowd what they want, you know? You do have to do that. When is Butch going back to Pete Dunne? Next Thursday. Jarrett said the Street Profits are probably the next in line for the tag titles, and more than likely with the aggression tweener heel vibes coming off them, they're more than likely going to win the title. Helicard said Chubby Chaser. Steven said, Days, it's my turn for baby feed. It's my daughter's first Monday Night Raw. She's doing fine. Very hungry. Hungry for more wrestling action. That's what she's hungry for. T85 said was probably one of the rare ones who didn't mind the Eva Marie Piper Niven pairing. Actually bring out puppies. Aww. Yeah. Aww. She could just hold the mic between the puppies. What? Use the puppies to... That's animal abuse. That's animal abuse. You can't smush puppies together. You can't scrunch puppies together to try and hold a microphone. Sick. Sick. Need help. Gotta treat puppies better than that, mate. Can't abuse puppies. Gotta treat them right. Gotta treat them right. Gotta look after them. Gotta feed them. Walk them. Talk to them. Stroke them. Give them little kisses on the nose. Gotta look after the puppies, mate. Wrestle with Andy said the fans would love the August 99 Raw magazine. I feel like I'm being bullied now. I feel like people are just putting in magazine covers now, and everyone wants to know what they look like. So I've got to, haven't I? I've got to display them. I mean, the only thing I'm going to say is that Wrestle with Andy is a goat. And if he tells you to go and look at a magazine cover, you go and look at a magazine cover. And then what you are treated to is this. Wrestle with Andy, everyone. All I'm saying is that I wasn't the one that said this, right? Well, I did say about the puppies in all fairness. That is exactly what we needed tonight. That is exactly what we needed tonight from Trish. This is what the people wanted. You can't smush them together to hold a microphone, can you? Look at their little heads. Ah, that one on the left, he ain't having it, is he? He ain't having it. Look at the bombastic side eye. Look at the bombastic side eye. We've got bombastic side eye going on with the puppy on the left. The other one, he's lost his eye, hasn't he? The one on the right is so shocked by the situation. He only seems to have one eye. A one-eyed puppy. One puppy is into that. The other one really is not. Really not into it at all. Oh, the dancing! Dun, 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 da, 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 da. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. I like Caden and Katana. Let's go. Let's go, girls. Who says that? Shania Twain. Let's go, girls. We're going out tonight. We're feeling all right. I think I'd be good at like an all-girl slumber party. Just throwing it out there. Right, Chelsea starting us off with Caden. Katana on the outsides. Pair Emma and Tegan as a team, said T85. I would love to be a puppy, says Kieran. Jarrett said, like my dog Ellie, she does the pointing thing where the GSP in her, she sees like a rabbit or squirrel, she points, her paw goes up, her hind legs go up. What, when she sees a rabbit or a squirrel or a bird? Our dog ain't bothered by birds. But birds flutter around here all the time. She doesn't even blink. If she saw a rabbit or a squirrel, though, she'd be... What's happening? Piper grabbing Caden. Caden getting thrown into the commentary table. Okay, we got Piper stepping into the ring. Against the ropes goes Piper. Oh, my God! She just absolutely flattened Katana. She absolutely flattened her. She just went against the ropes. Oh, my God. Chelsea Green. Chelsea's still down. But Piper Niven holds up both of those titles to celebrate. Oh, look at this. Oh, my God. It's not right. It's not right. Ugh. She must have pooped herself. She must have. Piper Niven, crossbody. I mean, honestly. Look at her. Scooping up Chelsea. Carrying her to the back. Look at Chelsea. Brilliant. Oh, look at this replay. Oh, my God. Oh. The best of the women's tag division right there. Get over here. That's how she jumps in bed after a date. Ooh. So it's a win for Chelsea and Piper. It's a shame that it was a squash and it had to come against Katana and Kaden. It's true. It's damn true. She had to tell that little girl to come to order for that spot. It was pathetic. That little girl is a WWE superstar, actually. We're at a break. I think tonight's show is probably a 7.5 out of 10. I don't want to give it an 8 just because there's a lot of miscues that should have been corrected, said Jarrett. Sonya needs to come back and rescue Chelsea. She's a damsel in distress. Tom's filthy, nasty little Aubrey said, I think it's better than last week for sure so far. Gable and Gunter was good. Are Emma and Tegan both from Wales? No. Emma's from a little place I like to call Australia. Katana and Kaden are the best tag team in the division right now, and just a squash. They're going to get sent back maybe months now. Shaggy Rusty Chips said Lita is 10 times better than Trish. Kieran said, is there a steel cage match between Becky and Trish? No. Payback week on Saturday. Sunday. That's Saturday. Week on Saturday. Payback. James said, hopefully the Angle show will be on the network considering the Cody documentary wasn't. Kurt Angle documentary on Peacock 1 week from Saturday, said WWE AW fan. Dumb ending for the IC match, said Zoom Station. Oh, Australia. You know it's a good documentary if they get The Rock to participate. Days, the fans were chanting Maudit Calice, which is French curse words. Oh, now you tell me. Now that I've said it. Maudit Calice. Actually, what does it mean? What does it mean? How do you spell it? No. Looks like there's no great matches for your search. What does it mean? Translate. It means cursed Clarice. That's what it means. Cursed Clarice. I can't find it. I can't find anything. Maudit Clarice. I think it's fine. I don't think it means anything. I think they just... What happened is they got so bored, they just made up a couple of words and started chanting them. Maudit Clarice, Maudit Clarice, Maudit Clarice. No wonder Trish was like, what are they on about? I don't understand what they're on about. Just made it up. Just got a bit bored, didn't they? God bless them. Whatever, my dog sense a strange new presence. He barks like crazy. Oh, don't show him the 1988 WWF magazines then. Jeez. He'll be non-stop barking. What with the arrival of Ultimate Warrior and Brother Love. Right. Cena can come back and make appearances even as a big Hollywood star, but The Rock still can't be bothered to show up, it feels like, said Justin. Okay, how long we got? 37 minutes. 37 minutes. Oh, welcome back. Thank you, Jackie. Thanks, Jax. Here's Seth Rollins. Days, Kevin Owens, Ezekiel controversy, mystery. The best feud they ever had. Was Ezekiel the fictional character or a non-fictional guy? Will Ezekiel be missed? I don't think Ezekiel will be missed, to be honest. I think there was a little bit of fun to be had there, but I think the fun was had by the time it wrapped up. I've not heard of anyone clamoring for Ezekiel to return. Let's put it that way. Crowd are singing Seth's song. All right. Let's go. You're going to ask me about my back, aren't you? Yes. Here's Seth. Very bright light momentarily. He caught me off guard last week when he brought up my back injury. It's something I don't like to talk about publicly. But if we're going to be open. I do have 2 fractures in my lumbar. He's been living with that injury for over 4 years. Oh my God. He doesn't know how long he's going to be able to do this. At the level he's doing this. But that's part of the gig. So Seth has got a back injury, which I genuinely don't know the severity of, but he said, I don't know. Not that he's going away anytime soon, but I don't know how long I'll be able to keep doing this at the level I'm doing it at. Bit shocking, isn't it? Shinsuke should have used this when he faced AJ. You're not even here tonight, are you, Shin? I mean, he's not retiring. He's having a match, a payback. He's just saying that this back injury is maybe a bit more significant than what we thought. That there could be a bit of a countdown clock going on, you know? I'm not a hard guy to find, Shin. I'll be in the center of that ring, dressed to the nines, with the world title wrapped around my waist. Whilst you sing my song. In the words of Austin Powers, ouch, kabibble. Ouch, kabibble. Ouch, kabibble. Right, Seth Rollins, Shinsuke. AB, shout out to you. Nakamura for the win, said Woopak. I think Nakamura wins, and I think that Seth Rollins retires. That's my prediction. I actually don't think that, but it seems like quite a dramatic thing to say. And I just sort of felt like we needed to spice up things a little, just for a moment. So I might now tweet out and be very public about that I think Shinsuke wins and I think Seth Rollins retires. And I might even do a video that says Seth Rollins retiring ? And then when you click on the video, it'll just be me going, no. No, he's had this injury for 4 years. He can go a bit long, he's fine. Well, he's not fine, but he'll be all right. Yeah, nah, he's fine. He's got to be very careful with the injury, said Dean. That's true. I wonder if Seth's broken back is legit or storyline. I haven't heard any reports about it. I think legit. I believe him. I'm a sucker though, aren't I? He's probably hoodwinking me, but I believe him. KO and Sammy versus Judgment Day, but we don't actually know who. Let's go. Let's go. Becky broke his back. Oh, yeah, baby. Woo! Wonder what they were doing for that to happen, eh? Perhaps they've got like a kinky dungeon. I don't know. There's always a way to start working without being in the ring. Stuttering Steve said, I've just realized my earbud died. I was wondering why it got so quiet. Seth is the HBK of this generation because think about it. Sean had a hurt back. He went away. He came back. So Seth is going to go down the route of HBK. I hope he doesn't lose his smile, said Dimension X Tube Life. I like it. Do you think WWE will pull the trigger on Judgment Day anytime soon? Judgment Day or JD Madonna? I mean, I think they're already pulling the trigger on JD Madonna because he's on the show every week. He's heavily involved in this Judgment Day feud story situation. So I think that trigger's been pulled. I think we're that ball is rolling. But that's why you should never let the man on top might end up with an injured back. Would he wouldn't injure his back by being on top. I don't think he wouldn't injure his back by being on the bottom. I don't know how he would injure his back. It has to be some weird bending over backwards type situation. I don't have a Kama Sutra to hand, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'm like flicking through. Like, everyone turn to page 42. Look at that. It's just not natural. It's not natural. I don't know. I think it probably is her. I'm definitely blaming her for the back injury, but can't quite figure out how it's happened. Young love, eh? Young love. Seth Hurt is back whilst carrying WWE on his back for years, says James. Shaquem said, stop being nasty, just keep it PG. I think that was PG. I think all those comments that I have just made, I think they are PG. It'd be good if we had a resident like reviewer, someone that actually reviews shows to grade them if they're PG or TV-14. But I would be very disappointed if they were to just look at my last comments and go, that's TV-4, that's too extreme. That's TV, maybe in this world. Maybe in this world. Seth Hurt is back carrying all of Becky's lemons. Bembo said, thoughts on Man U's performance against Tottenham? Poor. Not really much more to say than that, is there? Jarrett said, Roman and Seth are the modern faces of WWE right now. Before those guys, it was Brock and John. A few other cats. But mainly those two guys. Kieran said, what do you think of Raw? I think it's better than last week, but still really missing some. Feels like we're really missing some X factors, you know? I don't know. I mean, like, I suppose the big story is the Judgment Day one, and it's just been going on for so long. You know, them teasing of a breakup. I know it's like, oh, which way is it going to go? But for some reason, it just doesn't feel quite as intriguing as the Bloodline story or situation. So, yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's been a fine episode. Better than last week. The crowd is better than last week. Oh, yeah, the crowd have been much better. Good. Got to give them a big tick, a big thumbs up for that. Right, we're just seeing what's happening this week. Next week, we've got tonight, Viking Raiders, Chelsea Green, Piper Niven, and Akira Tozawa on Raw Talk. We also have next week Becky against Zoe Stark. Becky against Zoe Stark. Falls count anywhere, literally anywhere. And also next week we've got Chad Gable against Ludwig Kaiser. Okay, KO and Sammy are in the ring. We've still got 26 minutes to go. They're in the ring. Here comes Damian Priest. Here's Finn Balor. Rhea says, you're tagging, get it done. I'm sick of this. Mummy's had enough, man. Mummy has had enough. Sending these two naughty boys down to the ring. I love how she was dragging Finn out by his arm, like proper made him look like a naughty boy. Get here. Get over here. You're tagging. I don't want... She should have done that. Oh, don't you... Oh. And I tell you what, you can forget dessert. Oh, you can forget dessert. No PS5 tonight. No ice cream. You're good in that ring. She proper is, mummy. Living up to the name. Living up to the name. But Seth actually mentioned it years ago during a watch-along when he was doing the Rumble. Braun threw him over the top rope and he hung on. It's in a video WWE posted years ago, said dad stuff. That's good info. Rhea is like, go to the naughty boys corner. That's where you live, isn't it, James? Aren't you like king of the naughty boys corner? It's what the graffiti says. The graffiti in the toilets say James Chadwick is king of the naughty boys. That's PG as well. That's PG. Come on. Can't say anything in this day and age. Who's the best person to dethrone Rhea? No, Ray. Santos feels like an option, doesn't he? Santos feels like an option. Maybe that would be like a proper passing of the torch moment. KO and Sammy taking on the Judgment Day. Non-stop action. Do you think Rhea is this forceful with Buddy? Definitely. Definitely. And that's why they've got such a healthy relationship. Go full circle. Have Dom dethrone Ray for the US title, says James. Don't make me get the chancla. Who's that? Is that like some sort of evil creature from a horror film? Like the Babadook. The chancla. In my head, I think it's actually the flip-flop in it, but we all know the flip-flop's a flip-flop. Briefcase chucked in. Oh, KO. Oh, what's going on? I was settling down. I was settling down for this to be the main event. What's going on? JD threw the Money in the Bank briefcase in. He tried to throw it to Finn, but it was Kevin Owens that caught it. He walloped Finn with it. Judgment Day have lost. Dominic, Damian, Finn are all ganging up on Sammy. Damian Priest, like, what are you doing? Here's Cody. Oh, God. Here's Cody with his weight belt. So, is this going to turn into a six-man now? Is this going to be a tag that's now turning? Oh, God! Oh, God! No! No, WWE! No! Why is this happening to me? Exciting now! Spears has come out! Oh, God! AE-dub! 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 New Japan! New Japan! New Japan! That was done with the boring day. It'll probably be all right. It'll probably be all right. It'll probably be quite fun, actually. I don't know how I feel about it. Coach Co says, ever since my mother was pregnant with the second egg. What? Ever since my mother was pregnant with the second egg, because she said that I had a baby sister who fell out of the window. I was too young. If you tickle Michael Jackson, he won't laugh. No, he's dead. Can you do R.I.P.? R.I.P. Coach Co, shout out to you. Please do not attempt to tickle Michael Jackson. I'm concerned about your message, to be honest. I think we've gone back to a dark place. Everything's going wrong around me. Coach Co's regressed. Now we're getting messages that don't make sense. Got flipping tag matches that are being turned into six-person tag matches that no one's asked for. No one wants. The Montreal crowd seems... Oh, it's not even Montreal. That crowd's wherever we are. Somewhere Canada. Somewhere Canada. It's all the same. They seem happy about it. And they've been a good crowd. I'm pleased for them, to be honest. I'm pleased for them. They deserve it. They've been good eggs. Talking of eggs, they've been good eggs. But it's not what I wanted. And everyone knows this show should be exactly what I want. This show should just be for me. And it isn't. And as a result, it sucks. Is it me, or am I the only one who likes Adam Pearce's role, said Zags? No, I like Adam Pearce. I like him. He does a good job, but I would like him more if he was to come out and say, no, I'm not just going to do a six-person tag match after we've literally just seen a tag match. So no, forget it. Wrestlers, you don't book this show. Flipping idiots. What do you think I do all week? I got a script here. I got a plan here. You're not just no. We are going to do the Dana Brooke versus Xia Li main event that was planned. God damn it. That's what I booked. That's what I planned. That's what we're doing. You can forget this six-man tag nonsense. Well, we haven't, unfortunately. It is now. So, can I just say that... Oh, my God. Can I just say the whole episode of us trying to figure out who should be in the tag team for Judgment Day, the whole story of this episode was who's going to tag together out of the three. And we didn't. Eventually, Rhea then was like, you're going to do it. You're going to tag, right? That match lasts all of 5 minutes. And now they're all tagging They're all tagging anyway. Ah! Oh, it was all irrelevant. Oh my God. I'm falling apart. I'm falling apart. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to keep it together, but it's all falling apart. I don't know who to blame. I don't know if it's Adam Spears. I don't know if it's Cody Rhodes. I don't know if it's my fault for having expectations and standards. We've seen this a million times. A million times we've seen tag matches go to 6-person matches. It's my fault. It's me. I should have known better. I should have known this is what was going to happen. I shouldn't have been surprised. I shouldn't have been shocked. I shouldn't have been disappointed. I should have expected it, and it's my fault. And I hate myself. I hate myself. I don't deserve to watch WWE. It's like watching a concert of your favorite band. If you go in person, you want them to play the hits. When we watch every week, it gets a bit old. Vince has been back since January. Yeah. Hashtag fire Vince. Hashtag fire Vince. Vince McSham. Vince McSham. That's what this is. Crowd, again, I'd like to repeat that. The crowd are into it. As soon as Cody got interviewed and he mentioned KO and Sammy, I was like, well, I know where this is going, said Jaden. Next week, main event singles match after 6-man beatdown again, said Sir Killer. Legend Killer said, just end the show. End the show. Just end it. Just end it. I don't even care about the result. Someone wins. Cody, Sammy, and Kevin against Judgment Day, and someone wins. Who wins? Don't know. Did it matter? No. Although, maybe we get the turn. Maybe tonight we actually... Hopefully someone back there is like, okay, I could see some people finding this a bit unsatisfying. Let's give them the big turn tonight. Let's give, in front of this red hot crowd, let's pull the trigger tonight. So... let's wait and see. We got 13 minutes to go. Oh, Rippers. Go on, Rippers. Go on, Rippers. Boos are raining down for the Judgment Day. Rippers laughing her head off, though. She didn't give a flip. She gave them monkeys. Teddy's Long is backstage. That's right, player. It's your fault for going out and having a life yesterday, said Jay. It's my fault, mate. It's all my fault. I'll take the blame. What happened was I went out yesterday, and I don't go out that often. I went out yesterday, caught up with my cousin, went to Solihull, went to a Wetherspoons. We didn't go anywhere else apart from a KFC after, right? That's how exciting my life is. And I had a nice time, and I felt good today. I was like, let's go. Got into Raw. We were, in the vibe. Having a bit of fun, watching the show, chucking a few ideas around. Tag match. I even said, I think this will be the main event. And then, do you know what happened? I got this lovely little surprise when it ended early. I got this lovely little... I was like, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. I was like, well, what's the main event then? Not having Sammy and Kevin in the main event. That's brave. Is there a match I've forgotten? What's the main event? And for a moment, I was all like... I was all excited. Intrigued. This is different. I wasn't expecting this. And then flipping Cody Rhodes came down and he was like, let's just do the exact same match, but I'll be in it and Dominic can be in it as well. And I was like, forget it. Just forget it. Just forget it. Now I'm too sad to care. It's all right. We're at commercial break. I'm going to mentally reset. And by the time we get back, I'll be back on board. Don't worry about it. I'll be right there. Main event feels like Groundhog Day. Anna said Rhea is going to get involved, so fire Adam Pearce for not doing his job. It's all planned. It's all planned. JD McDonough has disappeared. He's gone. Probably embarrassed about what happened with the Money in the Bank briefcase. Chucked it in and obviously cost Judgment Day. So he's got embarrassed. He's sulked off. Got an advert for AEW Sunday, August 27th. That is this Sunday. We are doing the show. Yes, we really mean Wembley Stadium. Have we ever had Trish versus Sasha? I would love to have that match. I feel like we should have. I mean, Trish and Charlotte was Trish's like final match, and then she came back and had more matches. I don't think we had Trish Sasha. Don't think so. It's not coming to my mind if it did happen. It makes sense if Bray returns at Payback, said Kieran. This match is going to be good, but a 6-man to Raw again, we could be a bit more creative. What's your opinion on Emerald Cruises? Thank you. Thank you. Finally, someone asking the big questions. I'm going to have a look, see if there's any recent controversies about Emerald Cruises. Here's the reviews of... I mean, I don't know about you, but I always just go to Cruise Critic. Good reviews. My husband chose the cruise after we'd previously enjoyed a similar cruise from Amsterdam to Budapest with Evergreen in 2019, right? Cruising is just so easy. Facts. And enjoyable. But what always makes the difference is the staff on board. I cannot, and cannot is in capitals, stress enough how accommodating, professional, polite, friendly, and caring the Emerald staff were. From Captain Emmanuel Guevaria, even know the name here, to the operations, this person's just showing off, to the operations manager, Cornell, knows them all, right through to the person. Oh, no way. No way. Look at this. Look at this. From Captain Emmanuel Guevaria. Yeah. Oh, we know the captain's name. Oh, we know the captain's name. Oh, we were at the captain's table when we were on the cruise. Sat with the captain, exchanged philosophies. Right? Operations manager Cornell. Oh, we know Cornell. Lovely guy. Keeps the ship going. Had a drink with Cornell one night. We know Cornell. To the person that puts the rubbish out. Don't know his name, no, do we? No. Don't socialize with the person that puts the rubbish out. You know, the person that puts the rubbish out. That person. Yeah, what's their name? What's their name, though? You didn't put their name, did you? I can't remember all the names. Yeah. Yeah, you certainly remember the flipping captain, though, don't you? You sham. It's very unusual to get upset at a cruise review, but it's not beyond me. I could dig into that further, but we've only got 7 minutes to go. Right. Why would you? I don't know why you would write that. I'd be embarrassed if I wrote that. I love cruising. All the staff are great. The captain, Jean-Michel, the operations director, and even that guy. You know that guy? The ugly one. The one that, like, walks around like that. takes the rubbish. I think he eats it. I saw him nibbling on some. Even that I didn't catch his name. Even you know, he didn't murder me. He seemed pleasant. Sammy springboarding off the bottom rope. Clothesline by Sammy. Goes over. Nails Dominic. Sammy. Back elbow. Going up. Look at Damian Priest selling. Oh, it's all kinds of wobbly. Damian Priest goes down. Sammy. Duck underneath. Big chop coming in. Sammy going over into the corner. Up top. Into a deed. Oh, man. That was sick. I knew this 6-man tag match was going to bang. I knew this was going to bang. That was a pretty sick tornado DDT. Boom. Thanks for coming, Sheila. Sammy going to the outside. Sammy. Big Face is going to win and send the fans happy, and nothing happens, said Jaden. Sammy up top. Rhea grabs Sammy's leg. Mammy laughing her head off. Massive chokeslam. Damian Priest only gets a 2 because Kevin Owens makes the save. Balor gets thrown to the outside. Massive clothesline by Damian Priest. I know Kevin Owens really wants to have a singles match with Finn Balor, which we could definitely do as part of this. Oof. Frog splash by Dominic, but Sammy got his knees up. Cody on the outside, stomping away. James said match was always going to be good, but do we need to see it 69 times in a row? You know what I'm going to say. 69. Duck underneath there by Cody. Cody springboarding off. Oh, beautiful. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Dominic. Shoulder up by Dirty Dom. Cody trying to get over, trying to grab Dominic. Looking for a crossroads. Grabs Finn. Boom! Finn gets planted. Dominic rolling up Cody. 1, 2. Look underneath, round the back. Cody. Crossroads. Dirty Dom goes back to his corner. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes to go. If you're going to see it multiple times, then 69 seems like the right amount. At least NXT is going to be great. Oh, I'm excited for tomorrow. The original plan was to bring out the Quebecers to end it, but they missed the flights. Oh, Haluva! Haluva! Into a stunner! 1, 2, 3. And it is a win again for Kevin Owens, Sammy, and Cody. And do you know what'd be great now if we could just bring out another few more people, and now let's do an 8-man tag. Yeah! 8-man tag, 8-man tag, 8-man tag. Let's get a woman out. We'll chuck Rhea in. We'll just keep going for the next hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. We just keep adding an extra person every time the match ends. So there we go. Cody, Kevin, Sammy celebrating, holding up those championships. This just sets up JD McDonough and Finn Balor as a tag team, said Horror King Mayhem. Sammy, Kevin, Cody win. Let's have a battle royal. That's too exciting. Far too exciting. So there we go. It is a victory for KO and Sammy and Cody. And we were just seeing Rhea's face there at the moment that Judgment Day lost. That's two L's in a row, you know. 2 L's in a row. It's not a great place to be, is it, in Judgment Day? Sammy has got a microphone. Hey, Judgment Day. Better luck next time. Merci beaucoup. Something for Canada, something for Quebec. There we go. Done. This episode felt very long. I feel like I played a part in that. Only storylines that made any progress was Rhea, Rodriguez, Knight, and Miz. Literally nothing else mattered. Metallica. Sammy should have said, better luck next week, Judgment Day. Better luck next week. See you next week. Don't forget your wrestling boots. Yes. Hashtag thank you, Vince. Thank you. All 3 Canadians going over in the main events. I give it 5.5. Well, I'll put the poll thing up now. I'm going to... I'll do it now. I'll put the poll thing up. And that way people can get voted. I need to jot down all these scores. Because I think it's a good way of getting a good read as to what people think of the shows. Because when we do it on the live thing, like, you only get a few hundred results. Do it on the channel, you get a few thousand. Okay, WWE Raw poll. What did you think of this week's Raw? This will be up in a second. Bear with me. Right. Triple H probably has already got next week's main event sorted. Yeah, same as this week's. Right, 5 all-time, 4 great, 3 good, 2 okay, 1 it was bad. There we go. Lovely. Right, much better than last week, said Ray. Josh, good night. Norma says 3. Josh says 10 out of 10. Victoria says 8. Jaden said 2. Don't forget, guys, just halve your score because we do it out of 5 because it doesn't allow me any other options. I've only got 5 slots. So I have to go with that. I suppose I could have done it a different, like, I could have done like 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to... No, that wouldn't have worked. Why would that not have worked? 1 to 2, 3 to 4. Oh, yeah. 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, 9 to 10. I get a feeling that 7 to 8 would probably come out a lot, though, if I did it that way. I don't know. I'll have a thing. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. It's over. That's all you need to know. It's over. So we are done. Right. Thanks a lot for joining us. Don't forget, tomorrow we have got Wrestling Escape Pod. I've got some fun stuff for that after my venture out into Solihull. So a pretty fun story. So we've got that. And then tomorrow we will be live for NXT Heatwave. I need to make that thumbnail now. So thanks a lot for joining us, my friends. Have a great evening doing whatever you're doing. And hopefully I will see you again next time. Actually, before I do that, I just want to see if there's any missed super chats. I think there's a couple here that I might have not seen. Gerald said, Trips keeps trying to make us care about Raiders and Cross, but I really don't. Gerald, shout out to you, my friend. The Raiders booking is a bit mental, isn't it? They keep losing, winning, and attacking people. They're all over the place. Like, they just cannot get any momentum or consistency. Coach Co says, I'll leave you with this from Coach Co. Coach Co said, in a world of laughter and glee, there's a feeling that's as silly as can be. It's the tiniest tickle you ever did see. They call it the tickle P.